kind of in studio. It's really just the timing stand on the top of the indoor track, but I'm gonna do something crazy. I got this box right here. What is it? It's in the shadows. Ooh, here you go. The new TLR 22X-T stadium truck. My favorite class. I started with stadium truck back in the mid 90s with a double XT Sport kit. Had like plastic and metal bushings. It had the wiper speed control. And I haven't built a brand new stadium truck since then. So that's like almost 30 years. So I'm gonna build one. Why not, right? I've got a hobby shop. Take some privilege. Here we go. Build up the truck. So brand new, unopened box. Got a couple of things to do with it, but here we go. If you guys saw my recommendation back with the 22X DC, right before I built that, one of the first things I did was I took the chassis out of the box and made a chassis protector for it. Because, you know, brand new vehicle, sometimes they don't have chassis protectors ready. And, yeah, so that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to get a chassis protector going for this bad boy. And of course, that was the one thing I forgot to do. So I will be right back. Poor preparation. What do you know? Alright, so I'm back with my chassis protector. Gonna open those up real quick. It shows the ProTech, something we stock here at MHOR RC Raceway, along with the 22X-T. We've got a couple of those kits in stock if you're looking for a new stadium truck, new 10th scale off-road kit, or, you know, for some crazy reason you're inspired by the build video that we're doing here. So, I'm gonna get that out. Set my spare chassis protector aside. There are 2 chassis protectors in the package there. Pretty good deal. If we look at this, it will cover pretty much the length of the entire chassis, so that's good. Go open up said chassis here. Maybe some background noise here at the shop. We're doing something special for our people. MHOR Mafia going to be traveling out to Hoosier, not Hoosier, it's a Hobbyplex over in Omaha. Going to Omaha for the INS race this week. So we got some people here practicing for that. And yeah, wish everybody that travels the best of luck. MHOR Mafia, MHOR RC Raceway people travel really well. Awesome that we have such a great community here. So here we go. Like I said, lay the chassis down on protector sheet. It's not going to be perfect, but as far as best opportunity to do something like this, this is it. This is definitely best opportunity to get yourself a new custom chassis protector drawn up. Gotta make sure you get your lines all the way around. Just like most other modern vehicles, the edges of this chassis are radiused, so I have to make sure that I put some pressure on the chassis and tip it as I go around. Make sure I get the most accurate outline that I can. Saves me some trimming later. Now for the hard part, the kick up at the nose on your two-wheel drive. They're still running, I don't know, it's like 20, 25 degrees of kick up in the chassis. Somebody correct me in the comments. I will turn on a view so I can see some comments, but there we go. Not too terrible. Missed something in the nose there. Back of the thing is kind of greasy. It's not taking a pen, but we've got that all done. Chassis protector drawn. We'll cut that out. We'll have a nice purple chassis protector for later. Set that aside. All right, so now get into our box here. First thing I want to go find, dun, da, 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 bag with the stickers and tools and instructions, because that's important, right? Brand new vehicle, probably going to screw something up along the way, because, you know, nobody's perfect, and we're going to get the instructions out just in case. Of course, we're going to set the sticker sheet aside. Nice that it's got the XT logo on there. None of the buggy logos. The buggy chassis came with, or buggy kit came with both the AC and DC sticker sheets. Alright, so tool bag, a spare hardware bag I'm going to set aside. Hopefully we won't need that, but it's awesome that they include it. You never know what we're going to need there. Try to keep organized. We're going to wind up with lots of plastic bags as we go through this. It just happens. But from my build experience with the 22X-DC, everything's organized really well. Shouldn't be a problem. Got a little bit of experience from that buggy build to know what's going on with the how the parts are bagged up, and we'll go from there. So go into our manual, and first thing they're going to have us build is ball differential. So that's bag A. Go get into our bag O parts here, looking for bag A. You know, like I said, I unboxed, or didn't pre-unbox this, so we're going to go searching. There it is. Oh, it looks like a diff bag. Bag A. Okay. So we've got that. We are set. Ball diff building. Everybody loves building ball diffs. Make sure you've got all your tools. Have this nice mat here. Something to catch all the little bitty pieces, because, you know, ball diff, it's in the name, has teeny tiny little metal balls, and they're always gonna be fun. Make sure your bags are empty. You don't want any of your parts bags winding up in the trash. So we've got our greases, our diff rings.
11-2.
Things are kind of spread out, but we will get to those. Let me get my phone up so I can see the questions coming up in
11-6.
here.
All
right. So there is that. You can hear we've got somebody driving in the background. I think that's Mr. Casey Ford, rocking his practice
11-7.
Getting ready to go over to Omaha.
Okay. 11-7.
Okay, so one out 11-5. Diff nut, screw cover guard. And let's see, got our bag of itty bitty diff balls. cut those open. Should have had myself a little parts tray.
11-5.
Got all 6 balls there. And I'll be right back with that parts tray so I don't lose stuff.
11-3.
Alright, so there we go. I'm back. Got my parts tray. You want your parts to be as clean as possible. This parts tray has seen a lot of use. Alright, diff balls.
$52.1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
11-3.
Cool. Those are all there.
$11-2.
Okay.
11-5.
One more little bag to open here to get our diff parts out. This has got the gear, the rings, the other out drive, the screw.
11-1.
So both the rings stuck together there.
11-4.
Got the included greases here. I'm just going to use those. I like to build 2 kit
11
setup
flat.
for the most part. I am not an expert or pro level RC driver by any means. Totally enthusiast
11-1.
level. And we're going to go to town here. Okay.
11-3.
So here is our diff screw. Ta-da. It's tiny. We need
11-3.
one of the washers. And they tell you in the instructions to put some black grease on there.
11-4.
Okay. So there is that. Get some goo. There we go. It's going to be a little excessive, but it's better than not enough. Now, got a couple of options on what you want to do to pick up all your diff balls.
$38 flat.
I'm going to, before I get too carried away, compress the spring. I do say to compress that spring one time in the instructions.
11-1.
It's a pretty stiff spring. And get it kind of broken in there.
$10-6. 11-3.
So these are the thrust balls. We're building the thrust bearing. There are caged
11-6.
thrust bearings available. Me personally, I like the non-caged thrust bearings.
11-3.
So far, my fingers are okay at doing the build on these. I don't have a problem with parts running away or being too
13-2.
small for my hands. And there we go. Don't want to squish out or lose. any of your diff balls. Okay, and then pick the proper out drive. We're going to get our screw. There it is. Okay. Seated in there nice and flat. Didn't lose any of the balls. Put my finger on there so the screw won't back out. Then get the cover. Let's see what we can use to push that down. It's usually pretty tight fit. Use the tip of a 050 wrench to be able to slide that down in there. Now I won't have a problem with screw backing out. I can just set it down and go on to the next thing. Wants us to put in the diff rings and one of the bearings. And one of the bearings. So there's that bearing. Seated in nice and flat. Still have to cut the tip off of my clear grease. Again, just using what came in the kit up until I get to the shocks. I'm going to put stiffer oil in the shocks. I do plan to put a gear diff in this truck, as I plan to run this on our outdoor turf track. I have a 22T 4.0. That is my indoor, my dirt truck. So we'll leave that one as is for now. It's summertime, outside time for us. So I'm gonna get something built to run stadium truck outside. Everybody's doing it, all the cool kids. I want to be a cool kid. Alright, so I'm going to set that aside. And I'm going to start on the other out drive. I like the way this out drive side does the holding of the diff gear, with the metal protrusion in the center for the bearing and all of that. Just clearing off the junk that's on, contaminants, whatever you want to call it. Protrusion's probably the wrong word. Okay. Go get my diff gear. Stick the bearing in it. Ooh, that's loose. Okay. Don't remember it being that loose, but it's been a while. So we'll get our grease on the diff ring. Said I am no means an expert builder or driver, so leave me some comments. I'm always open to improving all my processes. Let me know. Now we're going to tap in our diff balls. These do fit just enough that you do have to give them a little bit of pressure to lock them in, get them to drop down into the gear. I want to make sure you get all 14 of these little critters in there. Don't drop your diff balls. They will never be found. Just not, they're not friendly like that. If you go all Bob Ross with your friendly little diff balls. Okay. So, we've got everything in there. I'm going to go through with screw from the other side. And bearing fell out, so we will just lock that on there. Okay. Get my 050 wrench back out so I can make sure I hold the bottom of that in. And the spring goes on that side. T-nut goes on. And then should be 2.0 if I remember correctly. Alright, so here we go. Now you don't want to get this critter too tight. You always want to be working your diff gear as you do this. Make sure I've got the correct wrench. Yeah, that's totally a 2.0. It's a little bit more feel that way. Okay. Starting to snug up. We're already starting to get snugged up there. So we're going to start going a little bit slower. Make sure we're working our diff. Don't want anything to get misaligned, get crunchy, pop out. Nice and smooth. A lot of people nowadays will break in their diff before they put it in the truck. Diff analyzer, always a great tool to have. So you can get a numerical setting for your ball diff. Helps you have that repeatability, just having data and numbers. So you know what you like, where you like your diff set, what drives best for you, and you can go from there. Ah, dropped my earpiece. All right, so that's pretty good. I will pick up my earpiece. And we're about ready to move on to B-bag. Now we're down to 1/8 of a turn at a time or so on our diff. Diffs do tend to break in a little bit as you run the car. You may have to tighten it up after you run it a little bit. Like I said, I'm probably going to put a gear diff into this truck. It's awesome having that 5 screws to be able to change the diff out on these new 22X series vehicles. I was down to like 45 minutes total to change a diff on my 2250. It's like 10 minutes now, end to end, to get them changed on the new vehicles. So that's pretty awesome. All right, we are on to bag B. Step bag B1. See if I can start putting the bags in order. D, F, H, B. Bag B. All right. Build the steering link. Did not pre-build anything, so true to life build video. Okay, looks like our steering link hardware is in this little bag. Okay. That's going to be a 1.5 driver to get the screw going for steering link. These are always a little bit entertaining. Get started. So we're showing in the manual 30.4 for overall end-to-end length. It's really important to make sure you get that setting correct. It does affect your left to right steering throw. Make sure you get that just perfect so you have good balance. Personally, I don't think I got it 100% perfect on my buggy build. My steering throw is off left to right. I've got a lot of variation from my dual rate in my steering. So I'm gonna make it a little bit smoother here, sand down the end of this kind of ball cup deal. Alright, let's try that. Rod end, I guess, not ball cup. Technical term. It is not a cup. Make sure we get it to thread on a little bit straighter than that. There we go. Alright, so that's kind of the shape they want. Now let's take our digital caliper here. I'm going to sand off the end of these, make sure I'm getting true measurement there. Anybody have a favorite race vehicle class? Like I said, mine is definitely stadium truck. It's what I started with. I like short course too. I know short course is not the popular thing these days, but you know, having the body on it, the durability that the body provides, the protection for people like me that are amateur hour, really helps out. All right, here we go. Here is my measurement. Hey, look at that, 30.4 first try. Cool. So we'll set that aside. Turn the page. All right. Super important to make sure we get the correct turnbuckle. I did goof that up in my buggy build. Tried to make the longest turnbuckle in the car physically, the shortest one by measurement, and it did not work out very well. Okay, so those are 70 millimeters. It's going to be the last one they have you build, but that separates them. So they put the longest and the shortest ones together in the pack, make them really easy to tell them apart. Although they did not stick the rod ends, ball cups, with the proper ones, so these angled critters need to go with that 70 millimeter guy. We'll set those aside. Let's see if we can get the rest of these critters built. Okay, bag empty in there. All right, for the fun part. Threading turnbuckles. Everybody's favorite or least favorite. All right, let's see which one of these critters wants the shortest one. Those are the longest. There's the shortest. Got a nice pair. And check which way we're going. Left side, right side kind of a deal. And all of those rod ends are the same. I am a big fan of these new rod ends. New ball stud size. Works pretty darn well. Okay, so see if we can get this guy to start straight. It's always the biggest thing. Get him started straight first try. Get a lot better durability. They don't like strip out or just break off as much. Okay, this one's threading on really nice. I like it. I'm doing it by hand, no special tools. This is the clockwise. The other one's going to be our counterclockwise, so that'll be a little bit more fun. I've heard people will use chapstick. Except I'm using the black grease, comes with the kit, self-contained kind of a deal. And go from there. Let's see. Make sure I can get this one lined up. And we will thread that on. Take a measurement and see if we are going to be correct. I'm gonna guess I'm gonna be a little bit short, but you never know. You want to try to have the same amount of threading done on both ends of one of these guys, so that when you go to adjust them later, they're still equal. You're not going to run out of thread engagement and have them come apart. That would just be terrible. All right, so 47.5 is what we're after. 48, so I need to go in just a little bit. I was 48.2. Got some little flashing there on that one. Guess that's not really going to affect my measurement since I'm measuring on the inside, but I want to get that all off of there. Just looks better, feels better when you go touch the vehicle. Just like making sure you get your adjustment mark on your turnbuckles all the same way when you build a new vehicle. Of course, these aren't going to be perfect. You will have to check your alignment on your vehicle. I am 47.4. I'm a little tight, but we'll say that one is good to go. Next bag will be shocks. And again, that's one of the things I'm going to change. I've got
Casey
some
Ford.
non-kit fluids here. I'm going to go a little bit stiffer on my shock oils. I've heard that from some of our TLR team
12
drivers that have run this vehicle just this past weekend on our track. need a little bit stiffer oils. And they were driving them on the dirt track in preparation for going to Omaha. So with me wanting to run mine on the outdoor turf, I'm going to go
22.1.
Take that advice of those professionals to heart. That's why you have team drivers. We're
12
pretty
flat.
blessed. Again, here, more RC. We've had a great history all the way back. I've heard that way back in the
12
day,
four.
Kyosho in the 80s sent a car here, a prototype, to get some feedback from the Brockman family on what the
12
vehicle
flat.
was going to do. So that's pretty awesome. Not every track gets that kind of treatment. We have had great
11.7.
drivers come out of here, not just Dustin Evans, who has one Aurora National Championship to his name, but also people like Cody Newmandahl, who has helped design and build some of the associated vehicles. And then, of course, Aaron Sue, the head CAD designer for the 22X vehicles, got called out in that vehicle's launch from TLR as more as their home track. So that was pretty cool. Thanks to Frank and Aaron for that. Ryan Dunford and everybody else that helped to get these vehicles going. Pretty awesome. Also got, Sean King, Chad Bartlett, Rob Katnich. We've got some great people here in Colorado running TLR. So wishing all them the best. And everybody else that's going to go from Moore out to Omaha. We're going to have people driving Mugen, R1, Associated, and all the rest. So it's going to be a great time. We're going to be watching that here in the hobby shop while that race is running. We will still run races this weekend for those that are here in town.
11.6.
Maybe do something fun, since we'll be a little bit low potentially on attendance numbers. We might do a no marshals race or a hooligan race or something like that. I'm going to turn this one back a little bit. I got a little under my other one as far as my measurement went at 47.4 and 47.3. So just get these two evened out. I went the wrong way. Like I said, not a pro.
53.9.
Okay. I'll just quit messing with it.
11.5.
We'll adjust it on the truck. We're close enough. On to the next one. So these turnbuckles are building really easy.
11.3.
I love it. That I can just get these started by hand. I don't have to fight them. Really smooth build so far.
$18.7.
All right, so this is the long one.
11.6.
It is listed as rear camber link in the manual now. We just built the front camber links. This guy is the longest turnbuckle at 75 millimeters. Longest
11.5.
center span at 57.1. So we'll get it threaded on a little bit.
11.5. 11-6. 12-1.
Okay. Make sure we're straight. Getting a little
11-9.
distracted listening to the lap times on the track. I do not have a filming studio at home.
12-2.
I have taken over the, like I said, the timing stand here on the track to build this kit. Again, our 22X-T from TLR.
11-7. 11-7.
Okay. Check that measurement. Always check your zero on your calipers when you close them down. Should close them down between every measurement. I'm off by just a little bit. About 0.3, so I'm going to go about half a turn. And now we're a little short. 56.9.
$56.2.
All right, 57.1. There we go. Next, continue building camber links. These are rears, steering links, and it's on the
20.7.
shocks. I have heard some people say they need to
12.5.
soak the X-rings for the TLR shocks. I did not do that when I built the buggy. I used
12.5.
a special shock oil or shock O-ring lube, green slime kind of thing. Worked really well. I'm gonna do that for this one. I need to go get
13.8.
set equipment. I didn't bring that to my prep table here. So we'll have to add that on. I'll have to step away to do that after I get these turnbuckles built.
11.8. 11.5.
'Got the Ford family here. Summer vacation for some of them. Cam and Casey. Sam back there. Tanner Dillon and John. Big John is here. Should have, I think we're having at least 3 more people show up later today. Get their practice on. Chris, the Galeros. Be good to see everybody. This is my return from vacation. That one's still a little bit too long. Okay. Ooh, 57.2, we were close. Feels pretty good being able to eyeball stuff and get it on there. Not the expert, but I do love building me some RC. It's pretty sad that it was like 10 10 or 12 years between when I built my 22 2.0 kit to when I built the 22X DC. It was a long time. And I had
Tanner Dillon.
the 5.0 buggy, but that was something I got used before I became a hobby shop owner.
Cam Dog.
So this steering link, you gotta be careful to make it the right way,
18.5.
as it's got the curved ends
11.8.
on it. So I'm gonna make sure I put the ends on here. This one I'm putting one end
13.4.
on the left-hand side, the straight end. So I'm going to make sure I put the other straight end on the right-hand side of the turnbuckle, so that I don't have to redo it when
12.9.
it comes time to getting everything onto the truck. That one's got a little bit of flashing.
12.2.
Not really going to do much other than affect my measurement, but I'm going to
46.2.
sand that flashing off just a little bit there. Got a sanding stick, emery board, whatever you want to use.
13.8.
It's got
11.5.
some plastic on it from where I pushed it through the bag. Get that off of there. Correct end in there. Make sure we get it started nice and straight.
12.7. 12.1.
And here we go. So we'll see if I can get this done. It took me somewhere
11 flat.
around, gosh, it was like 12 hours to build the buggy. But I was building it on the hobby shop counter. Bad hobby shop owner, I know. Distracted. Took me a couple of days. I've given myself like 5.5 hours to build this one. See what we can do with this guy here.
41.6.
Again, I am by no
31.3.
means an expert. Sand off some more flashing again. Just make sure my measurements
18.2.
are super accurate. Might be a little bit
13.8.
fiddly, as you know, the overall, the best measurement is going to be whether or not my camber gauge agrees with me.
12.6.
All right, this one's going to be the most picky. These last two ball cups, as they're the angled ball cups, make sure you get them started nice and straight.
16 flat. 41.1.
But again, if you get them started right the first time, get them nice and straight, and that first threading,
11.4.
you're so much more less likely to have a problem with them stripping, pulling the threads out of the plastic. You know, so some people may boo-hoo it, but I have run some ball cups, and I don't run every week. I don't run every day. Hobby shop comes first, but you know, you can run your ball cups for a long time if you take care of your
27.4.
vehicle. A lot of extra care in your prep, in your build. Your vehicle will just work better straight out of the box.
53.5. 11.5.
I was super impressed with my 22X DC. I got that thing built about 30 seconds before
12
the
flat.
first qualifier. I threw it on the track, and I
13
went
flat.
a whole lap faster than my average. I know that's something to be said for being a brand new vehicle,
12.1.
but it was pretty awesome
11.3.
nonetheless. Brand new vehicle, throw it down. I didn't even like set the slipper or the diff or the ride height or break in the tires. I just built it, made sure it went kind of straight, threw it on the track, lap
14
faster.
flat.
So New vehicles, especially when
19.9.
you're, running something that's years old and you don't have time to do maintenance, new vehicle
12.4.
can just feel amazing. But maintenance goes a long way too, like I said earlier. All right, 54.4 supposed to be
11.1.
our recommended measurement. Ooh, I am way tight on that one. 51. So we're gonna have to back
10.9.
that one off considerably.
36.1. 11.5.
See how that goes.
$14.5.
52.
26.8. 12 flat.
Okay. Almost done with
11.4.
bag B. Got about one more turnbuckle. 54. I'm close. Need 54.4.
11.3. 11.5.
See how that one goes. Double check my zero, get this screwed in, 54.5. I will run with that.
12.5.
Okay.
$12.4.
All right, so we're about an hour in. I've got bag A and B built. I think this thing goes to like bag F or G. But these
11.5.
are the most fiddly parts. Diff, turnbuckle, shocks, things you need to pay the most attention to. Not saying you don't want to pay attention to things like
10.9.
getting your screws in straight, because you do. But those will go a lot faster. I do have a power wrench over here. This guy's pretty awesome. I inherited this
11.1.
guy with the hobby shop. It's got a gyro in it, so you just hold the power button and rotate your wrist a little bit to command it whether it's going to tighten or loosen. Pretty awesome. But I will be starting screws by hand to get them into the plastic, and then I will also finish them by hand so that I don't strip the plastic. Again, that little bit of care in your initial build goes a long, long way to how well your vehicle works, especially for somebody like me that doesn't get to run all the time. When you're going to be doing, wanting your vehicle to perform, distracted. Okay. Let's not be distracted here.
105.7.
Oh, too tight again. Even though I had the example right there in front of me.
$17.9. 11.8.
Okay, let's try that.
13.1. 11.6. 10.9.
I wonder,
11-1.
do we do some commentary? I haven't seen any questions. Haven't seen any questions. Doesn't mean there aren't any. Just could mean that, again, I'm
10-9.
not paying attention so great. Anybody know first stadium truck? Creator of the class?
11-7.
Creator of the stadium truck class? Who made the first one? It's kind of a lunchbox. Or a brick. You couldn't tell which way it was
11-3.
going. The body was very square, a very upright cab. The body was set to where it was over the rear shock
11
towers.
flat.
It wasn't like sunk down like a modern vehicle where the rear shock towers protrude up through the body. The body's been kind of extended.
11-1.
That would be what was
12-1.
Team Losi back in the day. Not Team Losi Racing, just Team Losi.
Eleven two. 11-1.
With the LXT, I believe is what it was, before even the JRXT came out. Alright, we're going to call that good. Go on to bag C. Start building some shocks. Like I said, I need to go and get some things. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm going to get a water break too. All right, I'm back. Found what I wanted. Got our super fancy green slime and a shock building stand. Gonna need bag C, and we'll get started. Dun, da, da, da. Bag C. Bag C in the house. Always nice when you pick the dullest set of scissors in the building. There's that. Set some stuff aside. Springs, cups, shock oils, shock bodies. Mm, 30 and 35 weight on the shock oils. Gonna go with something a little bit stiffer. Like I said, we're gonna do 37.5 in the front and okay, sorry, that one's a little jammed up. 37.5 in the front. Yeah, that shock stand is not gonna work. $35 in the rear for our shock oils. Listening to myself here. So, love that we were able to get to 13 millimeter shocks without having to go aftermarket now for our TLR vehicles. But these are 30 and 35 in the bag. Okay. So, the magic of shock building. Again, I am by no means the consummate national or world level driver. I'm just a fan of RC cars, building an RC car, or in this case a truck. Getting all my shock parts together here. Okay. Everybody builds shocks a little bit different. They'll have their super cool kid way of doing it. I don't really have a super cool kid way of doing it. I just put stuff together. Okay, said I have heard that the X-rings like some assistance. Whether you soak them ahead of time, to get them to swell a little bit. I'm going to coat them in our green slime, more RC shock goo stuff. I'll restock that in the hobby shop. We do have supplies to make some more of those, but we do also have Associated's version of it ready to go. Okay, so front and rear shocks build the same for the seals. We have got our
Jeremy Hilsendiger.
rings here. Oh, we got Mr. Hilsendager in the house. Okay.
12-6.
Gotta love the names that are super hard for the computer to pronounce. We have to go in there and tell it how to phonetically announce the name. We have to go
12-7.
fix that up for Mr. Hilsendager. You will hear different times on track from different classes. I've heard people down in the 10s. We've got people in the 11s and the 12s. Like I said, it's a little bit different based on how you drive.
13-3.
Okay, so if we look at this thing, you've got a thick ring and a thin ring for the spacers. The
12-3.
instructions are showing we want the thicker spacer to go in first. And we're going to goop up our
12 flat.
X-ring. One goopy X-ring.
12-4.
Thin spacer. Again, love the way the spacers are separated in the kit. It's a reason that they do everything.
11-9.
And I have found these 22X vehicles really well organized. It didn't quite make sense. Like, you get them all out of the bag, you're like, hey, wait a minute, why did you do that? And you build it, and you're like,
11-5.
oh, that's why you did that. You guys know what you're doing. Pretty cool. Not super clear which way they want you to put these rings.
14-2.
That I would love some clarification on, because it shows that way. I'm going to go that way. There's one. Put the
13-3.
bottom cup on. And there is one
12-2.
shock body seals assembled. Hand tight is all you need on those.
12-1.
And goop up some more
12-1.
X-rings here. Big spacer, X-ring, little spacer,
11-9.
and another X-ring. Maybe somebody in the comments can tell me who was the first to start
12-3.
doing X-rings in the shocks instead of O-rings. I ask because I genuinely do not know. I was out of RC for that
12-4.
for a couple big chunks of time. From the time of the Triple X series of TLR vehicles, the B3 era. I skipped from there all the way to the 22 2.0. So that was a good 12 years or so. And then I skipped another 12 years or so from 22 2.0 224 time frame all the way to the B7. Basically, I came back into RC when the B7 was being announced and released, or just a couple of months before then. So I've been around RC since the mid-90s, but I have not been, embedded. I was away doing other life things, school, video games, rallycross, but I'm back to RC. You always come back. Once you're in, you're in. If you get to the point of racing, you're usually a lifer. And I don't have a complaint about that. All the mechanical skills, the camaraderie, the competition fix, it's pretty cool. I do have some great people that I've met here through RC, through life, and I want to continue that. So we're working on getting our seals loaded into the bottom side of our shocks. I have 3 out of 4 sets of seals done. So big spacer. X-ring. Get it nice and goopy. This will help to prevent problems when you go to stick the shock shafts through. You don't want to, don't need that in there. Don't want to tear the seal where the shaft goes through the X-ring when you're assembling that step. I will have, if what I did on my 22X-DC is any indication, I will get some of this green slime stuff coming off on my the ends of my shock shafts when I thread them through, but small price to pay, a little bit of cleaning for the benefit of not scarring up the seals on my shocks. Okay. So now we need to get our rubber seal on where the cap is going to go. This is usually kind of a pain. But the parts are bagged really well, like I said before. The other seal that I'm looking for is the seal for the ride height adjuster threaded rings. And those are included in that bag. You don't want to mix and match. So you just have to make sure you get these over. Takes a little bit, but once you get it stretched over, it just drops right on. Try not to roll them if you can help it. You want the O-ring to sit nice and flat. A little twist in it could cause you a leak. There we go. Okay. Now I'll turn the page to step C2. A lot of little things to do. This is where you gotta pay attention. Make sure you get the short shaft in the short body, the long shaft in the long body, the proper piston on the proper shock shaft. Looks like they're using the short shock eyelets all the way around, so we can't build these shocks really any shorter. I did see that somebody has been putting 1 millimeter internal limiter when they build the shocks, and I don't see that in the instructions, but they are right there in my baggie. Okay, and this is going to be a step where you want to make sure you have your fancy shock shaft pliers. We did not have those back in the 90s. You had to do all sorts of wacky stuff. I can remember putting some like electrical tape on some jaw pliers, try to get a good grip on my shock shafts without them spinning. All right, so there's a 1.8. There's a 1.8. Yeah, look at that. All my shock pistons are machined correctly. That was one of the only production errors in my 22X-DC. I had one piston that was not machined correctly. The little step on the bottom of the piston was machined off, so the piston didn't fit. But we have a hobby shop, so we were able to fix it. Not a big deal. Okay. So, here we go. 1.7. 1.7. And then we need all these teeny tiny little washers. Okay, so they want the big piston in the rear. So 1.8 on the long shock shaft. Doobie-doobie-doo. There it is. My little 050 to get this screw in. Hold the piston on. Always want to make sure you put the piston on with the numerical marking facing up. And get our little plastic spacer. Some goo on the end, some green slime. End of our shock shaft. Make sure we're putting our long shock shaft on the long shock. And there we go. One shaft built. Double checking stuff over and over and over. There's the reminder in the bag that in the instructions, bag D will be up next, which starts off with the steering. You want to make sure you get the ball studs threaded into the right place. I got one of them threaded in the wrong spot incorrectly when I was building my buggy. It didn't cause me any problems. I caught it, but you could strip something out, and that would be a bad time. Okay. Moving right along here. Sounds like somebody's throwing a four-wheel drive down on the track, so we should hear some pretty fast lap times. Tanner and Casey both going up to the driver's stand.
Casey Ford. Tanner Dillon. (11-2).
Get my shock shaft
13-3.
pliers here.
12-1.
I have a shock shaft that doesn't want to thread.
13-7. 11-3. 12-1. 11-7. 17-8. 11-3. 12-4.
And I might need to go get another wrench. It's that one.
Jeremy Hilsendiger.
Feels like it's not happening.
11-7. 11-7. 12-1. 13-3.
Yep. So that one
11
is
flat.
not super
11-1.
high for some reason. Figure that out.
11-6. 11-5. 11-2. 11-9.
Okay, I will be back.
$15-2. 11-7. 11-5. 11-2. 49.1. 11-4. 11 flat. 12-8. 10-9. 11-6. 11-2. 11-1. 15-3. 16-3. 10-7. 10-7. 11-4. 13-5. 11-6. 13-4. 12-5. 11-3. 11-1. 11-6. 11-3. 14-2. 12-3. 13-3. 13-3. 12-4. 11-5. 11-8. 12-4. 10-8. 46.9.
Alrighty, so I have returned. I have determined we have a defective
10-9.
part, and we're going to try a different part. Don't want to force things.
11.5.
I will definitely be reaching out to TLR or Horizon about this defective part. But we'll just move on. That's why we have things like local hobby shops. That's why you buy your kit from a local hobby shop, because they can fix you up. Just went to the hobby shop, got the replacement part off the shelf, and ta-da, put that together. Not something that happens very often. Does happen to pretty much every manufacturer. I've seen plenty of errors on the new B84 associated four-wheel drive. So
108.2.
Oh, but I forgot 2 steps because I was distracted. Didn't get those internal spacers on my shock shafts. That would have been silly.
14.3.
Make sure I redo my green slime. Don't want to ruin my seals just because I had to
11.8.
redo a step.
$23.1.
Okay. So
12.9.
Internals of
12.1.
shocks built. Rebag.
11.5. 11.9.
So now it is time to get our shock shaft pliers
12.5. 18.5.
so we can get our ends on our shocks.
12 flat. 11.4.
Snap the balls in. I like doing this with pliers. Just
11.9.
goes right in.
12.2.
Easy. Might be able to do these by hand. Nope.
12 flat.
Didn't want to go doing it by hand, so I'm going to keep doing them with the pliers and get this build done.
12.2.
Again, I had a question posed, was looking to see if anybody could tell me when X-rings first started becoming a thing in RC shocks.
11.7.
O-rings to X-rings at one point. I missed that part, so please tell me in the comments. Not
12 flat.
seeing any guidelines for spacers on the outside of the shock. So here we go.
11.7.
These were pretty fun to thread on the buggy.
11.6.
Really got to get the shock shaft to go into the eyelet. But once you get it, the thread started,
13.1.
got it straight, boom, 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 goes right on. Measurement for the fronts 23.5
12.5.
millimeters.
$11.5.
Zero out, and here we go. 24.1, so that's pretty close.
$14.7. $12.1.
I did not see a revision for shocks on this. I know there was one for the buggy. They took a millimeter out of the rear shock droop or travel. There is that one done. Almost done here. Once we get the lower eyelets threaded onto the shock shafts, it will be time to find my shock stand, which moved while I was on vacation. I grabbed the first one I found, and it's not big enough. It is not designed for big bore shocks. So I will have to step away to get my shock stand so I can get the shocks up in the air, get them draining, or get the bubbles going, get them bleeding out, all that kind of stuff. It wasn't holding on very tight. Almost had my shock shaft get scarred up. It spun. Don't want to do that. Okay. 23.5 on both of the fronts. Rears are measured out at 30 millimeter. I might be able to set them in there. We'll see. Gonna be kind of top heavy once I start putting fluid in them. I also like to pre-thread the bleed hole on the shock cap so that when it's time to do final assembly, you don't have to mess with that. Again, super important. Make sure you get things started straight the first time. If the rears on the buggy were any indication, I don't need to thread these on anywhere near as far as I did in the front. So that's 31. Okay. Still got about 0.5 millimeter to go. Getting close, getting close. Have to go a little bit further. Whew. Now I'm too tight. That's what I get for second guessing, huh? Really important though, make sure you get your shocks built as evenly and matched up and perfect as possible. Having a straight vehicle really pays dividends when it comes time to just being able to drive the thing. If your car is not straight, you will struggle and hate life. And that's not what we're in RC for, right? It's a hobby. We're here to have fun. You get your camber links in the wrong places, or your ball stud washer spacers wrong. It doesn't drive straight. These are race cars.
11-8.
You can do more, just as much or more to a modern RC race car as you could to a full-size race car, especially if it's not like a tube frame car. If you're working with a production-based car doing an amateur thing like SCCA or something, oh my goodness, you can do so much more to an RC car than you can to something like that.
11-9.
You know, full tube frame World Rally F1 car, of course. You can adjust the heck out of those things, but again, RC, just like those, once you get a setup that works, they don't deviate much from it. I mean, they may have a base setup when they go from track to track, but the big thing is driving. Don't crash. If you have to have the marshal touch your car, you're not going to win. That's just how it goes. And if you want to be able to not have the marshal touch your car, you got to build a straight car. Aluminum chassis, I guess that's probably a big thing, is keeping the car straight, not bending the nose of the chassis on jumps or crashes.
104.2.
Okay, so here's where I'm going to deviate from the manual. I want some thicker shock fluid.
11-6. 14-3.
That looks like 25. I don't know what that stuff is. I guess that's 30.
12-1. 14-1.
80. Not using that.
11-6. 11-7.
32 and a half. 27 and a half. Okay.
12-8.
So we're gonna do that because that's what's available. We're gonna put Associated, I know, Associated 37.5 weight in the front of these shocks. And TLR 35 in
33.4.
back. using what I have available. Not gonna open up a whole nother bottle of stuff. First stroke on the shock is the one where you get all the air bubbles. Look at that. Let those guys clear out. We'll go to shock number 2.
44.6. 11.7. 12 flat.
Okay. I gotta go find the shock stand. These rears aren't gonna fit. I'll be back.
Thirteen three. 14.4. 12 flat. 11.7. 12.2. 11.4. 12 flat. 12.2. 12.8. 11.8.
All right, here we go. Proper off-road shock stand. That'll make this work
11.3.
so much better.
14 flat.
Nothing against this super cool orange anodized aluminum critter, but it's meant for small bore shocks.
11.9.
Maybe even on
14.7. 11.7. 12.1.
Some more oil into that one.
$11.8. 11.4.
Oil into that one. And then start on my rears. There it goes. Okay. So we're going to take the kit oil that was supposed to be for the fronts, the 35 weight, and we're going to put it into the rears. So
104.2.
It's nice that they supply all the fluids.
12.5. 12.9. 12.9.
Okay. And while our shocks are doing their thing, getting the air bubbles out, we will open the next bag, or sub bag, I guess. Nothing in there. I already had that one open. So here we go. Nothing in there. Always important to check your bags, not lose anything. Yellow springs in the back. And gray fronts, it looks like. I'm a little colorblind, maybe those are green, but I'll call them gray. We'll see what happens. And our bleed screws. Right, bleed screw is a 1.5 millimeter on the hex. Just gonna, like I said, pre-tap these holes. Not gonna screw them all the way down, but gonna make my life easier when I get to the next step here. Again, these thread in really nice. Just want to make sure you thread them straight so that you don't have them strip later. A little bit of caution goes a long way when you're first building anything with plastic parts, or if you've got metal to metal contact. And they do give us some thread lock for later when we get those metal to metal part contacts. So no need to worry about getting an extra thread locker. It does come with the kit. Okay. Time to go check out our bleed on our shocks here in a second. Just get the O-rings into the adjusters. And we'll keep on a-going. Again, my apologies to those of you in the pits that have to listen to my crazy talk here. Couldn't find a better way to do my solution here for my audio. You will want to have a towel or something for your bleed on your shocks. Not showing any extra air in that one. I did find I had to fill the shocks very full. If you remember back to high school science, I needed the meniscus of my shock fluid. That's the little like top level of your fluid. If you're not quite full, the fluid like collects on the edge of the shock body and like drips down, or kind of goes into a parabola, concave kind of a shape. You want it all the way full so it kind of domes up at the top. That's a convex shape. So that way when you go to do your final bleed, when you put the top of the shocks on, you actually get oil out, so you know you have all the air out. It did not happen on my buggy, my 22X-T. I wound up having to take the first shock cap back off and add more fluid so I could actually get fluid out to make sure I had all the air out that I could get. People will tell me that if you had a vacuum chamber for your shocks, you wouldn't have to do that. I have not had the privilege yet of using a vacuum chamber to build shocks yet. Kind of doing it the old school way. Many a national or world champion over time with this method, so let's stick with it. I don't have the time to learn the new thing just right now. But there we go. We've got our fluid in. We will take the bleed screw back out. Make sure I am topped up on my fluid here. Yes, it's a little wasteful
Jeremy Hilsendiger.
having the fluid leak out, but we're racers and we're after performance.
12-3.
Okay, so screw this down. We do want it to make contact with the O-ring.
11-8.
Hand tight is just right, as they say. You don't want to cut, pinch, squeeze the O-ring, whatever. I don't know if you can see it. My finger
11-8.
is going to push up the shock shaft. I want to get fluid and bubbles. There's the fluid.
12-4.
Not much in the way of bubbles, but that's okay. Keep it pushed in. While it's pushed in, get the screw in. Make sure you get
11-6.
it all the way in. Again, hand tight. Just need it to bottom out in the plastic. Screw tip is really tight. That's good.
12-7.
And there we go. One shock. It's pretty dead. That's the hot way to build them these days. No rebound from the
12-4.
shock. Let the spring be doing all the work.
Two. 12-1.
Okay. You always want to make sure you get anything threaded on straight the first time. Don't need to unnecessarily have to replace parts just because you couldn't get it threaded on. There it goes. And again, hand tight is good enough. There it goes.
33.6.
All the resistance. Bleeder to the top. Push in shock shaft. There's the oil coming out.
12-3.
Screw going in. Okay.
15-5.
2 shocks. 2 out of 2. Okay, so that was 37.5 weight into the front shocks. I am
12-1.
done with that one. So we'll close it up. Put the stopper in it. Make sure I absolutely cannot put that in
12-2.
to my rears.
$12.4.
Go get my 35 weight.
12.8.
Again, I wound up using associated 37 weight on the front, or 37.5 weight on the front. I didn't have a TLR one already open. And then I go drop the cap. Put a little bit more oil in because I spilled it. And we'll put on another shock cap. There it goes. It's all messy because I did a bad job. That's why I have the towel. Compress the shock shaft. Make sure the bleeder is up. Oh yeah, lots of fluid coming out of that one. That one was good and full. And again, hand tight. No need to strip components by going all Hercules. Sounds fun. Hercules, Hercules, but you don't want to do it. I have noticed my fronts are not even, so I'm going to try to bleed a little bit more out of this one. Okay, I like that a little bit better. I'll get the last cap ready. Wow, I did a bad job on the caps. I got the first one on like perfect, and then 2 and especially number 3 fought me. This 4th one I did all right. Okay, get my towel, cap on and tight, bleeder hole up. Here we go. Okay. Nope.
12-9. $14-1.
There we go.
11-9.
Much better. Okay. Shocks bled.
11-6.
Get the adjusters on them, get the springs on them, and then we can open up bag D. Woo!
11.6.
So we got diff built, turnbuckles built, shocks built. You go put the adjustment ring on, make sure you get it on the correct
11.6.
direction. You want that, what do they call that, shoulder on there.
11.9.
No idea where to put our adjusters here. I'm going to go with somewhere
11.7.
around about halfway on the rears.
Twelve flat.
2 low and 2 medium on our spring cups. I'm going to put the low spring cups on the back.
11.9.
The directions are showing, yes, the low cups on the rear shocks, and the standard or medium
11.8.
on the fronts. So, decent guess on my part. Getting ready for bag D. We are about 2 hours in. These are not the super pretty Kashima shocks. We did get some of those in. I haven't had time to check the parts wall to see if those have sold. But we did have some Kashima shocks for these new TLR vehicles. Set those aside. Nope. Gotta put the adjuster on first, silly goose. And gotta get it on straight, too. There it goes. Okay. Again, we're putting the standard or middle height spring cups onto the front, just as indicated in the instructions. Kind of fun little echo too. Can hear stuff happen live, and then I get that 5-second delay from the internet giving me some fun feedback. What's your guys' opinion on the little lockdown screw that TLR likes to use on their spring cups? You know, some people dislike it. I don't know, I kind of like it and I kind of don't. I get that it guarantees your shock will never come apart, or your spring cup will never come apart while you're driving your vehicle, but it does make it a little bit more fiddly to change your spring. But, you know, it's not like it's a quick process. You got to take the shock off at least halfway off the vehicle anyway. I do also like that there's not a front and a back to the shock balls. You don't have to pay that much attention when you're lining them up and installing them on the vehicle. You know, some of the other brands, they have like an offset to their shock eyelet ball mounting thing, and I would find that kind of fiddly, I think. All right, time for bag D. Shocks done. We get to break into the box. Bag D. There's our thread lock. Told you it was in there. Okay. So then we'll start putting parts onto the chassis. Okay. Get some of this stuff out of the way. Not gonna need shock oils anymore. Here we go. Well, that's one thing I'd like, is them to break the runner. Just pet peeve, being a hobby shop owner. For their suspension arms on these 22X vehicles, I have to break and resize to get the runner off. So good time to show you that you want to trim that where the runner comes off. Little bit of extra prep time goes such a long way. So I'm just taking my hobby knife. You could also use your emery board that I was using on the ends of the ball cups to get the flashing off. This probably isn't necessary. There's nothing that's going to rub here on the outer. But again, nice attention to detail. Nice and smooth on your build. You will want to do it to the inner. We got the tree off. Okay. Almost done with the first arm. I know some people will go the extra step of a reamer through the hinge pin holes. I have been fortunate enough to not have to need that. Sometimes you can just polish the hinge pin itself with a little bit of like Scotch-Brite, just kind of a plastic polishing pad. Or you could go to like something super crazy like a 600 grit sandpaper and just very lightly do it, but the polishing pad, plastic on metal, usually the way to go. These are very beefy, these arms. I am going to go and check the hobby shop here in a second. When we get to mounting the suspension arms, it does seem that the factory bulkhead on these 22X two-wheel drive vehicles, the plastic, not up to snuff. You need the aluminum. Hopefully we still have some in stock. This will be a carpet car, turf car, so I guess I could go to brass if I had to. That little bit of extra weight in the front end, since I did stiffen up the oils on my shocks. Okay, almost done here. And we'll start building. Again, from a personal standpoint, I would love it if these procedures were done somehow at the factory level or the packaging level when they build the kits, but if they don't have to pay somebody to do this kind of tedious job and it keeps the kit price down, I'm all right with that as well. And if you're building a car that's not a runner, like a lot of the people building some of those re-release RC10 vehicles, the Masami World's car or the Kinwald car, or even just the RC10T re-release, you may not have to do this. Smooth suspension. Car won't work if it binds up. Okay. So there are arms cleaned up. Let's get some of these other parts out of here. Master bag open. Side rails. Just gonna open that, set it aside. Set the bulkhead aside. There's the steering. And there is our what they call pivot, which we're going to replace with aluminum if we've got one. Okay, lots of stuff going on bag D step 1. Environmentalist in me says this is a lot of plastic. The logical side of me says it makes so much sense for them to do this way. But that's why I'm collecting the plastic bags. I recycle them. Doing what we can there. Okay. So here we go. Pivots. All of our ball studs are the same. We need the 2.5, 2.0. And there's that. And that one goes in there. Okay, so when I built my buggy, my 22X-DC, I did not pay the best attention to these, and I put one in from the wrong side. Not a big deal, I figured it out. Just, you know, one of those little bitty things. Make sure you're doing it correctly. And again, I could be doing this with a power tool, but I want these in straight. Having the nice tools, definitely the way to go here. Having a nice handle where you can just change out the tip goes a long way. This one has like a pivot on the back of it. This is an old dynamite tool, but MIP or any of the tools that we keep in stock in the hobby shop are definitely going to help you out. Again, you want to make sure you get these things straight. I was going a little crooked. Backed it out, redo it. Just works better. Okay. So that's a big thing on the steering with these is one goes in from the top, one goes in from the bottom. Make sure you put the correct one in the correct place. Just picking off the the stuff that the material that was ejected from threading in that ball stud. Same thing here on the drag link. Make sure you get these things in straight the first time. Sorry for people watching my head at home, seeing the top of my head in the little window. Tried to get a haircut for everybody, improve my appearance. I know, it takes a lot to improve my appearance. Common courtesy though, right? Okay. Again, want to make sure these go in straight. I know a lot of people are looking for aluminum on these bell cranks. It was one of the things that was not available on launch day for the buggies. We should have some up in the hobby shop. I don't have that many packs on my buggy. I think I've got like 10 or 12 packs on it. So I have not had a plastic one fail, but I'm also kind of conservative in my driving. I'm maybe a little too conservative. If I could push harder, I could learn to go faster. But I don't like breaking parts. I like driving. Okay. So the steering on these things, bunch of little parts, you have to get it just right. So take your time, slow down, pay attention. Thread things in the right way, stack all the washers that they want you to stack. If there's a need for a thread lock, pay attention to the instructions. I've got a lot of parts here. There's probably a good 15, 16 parts going together here in this one step, with all the spacers and ball studs and bearings and stuff. And again, make sure you get stuff threaded in straight. You could say, oh, it'll get itself straightened out as you screw it in. It's not going to be the happiest. Get it straight to start with. Your car will work better.
Jeremy Hill Sendinger.
For servicing. Just so much better. Okay.
12-7.
So we have all of the ball studs in. Again, you only need hand tight on this stuff. Double check. It's another good thing to point out when you build a new car, you run it, you're gonna have to double check stuff, especially those metal to metal parts. They will back out. Okay. A little bit of flashing to remove from the drag link dog bone. Not too bad. A little bit on the bell cranks too, and they are plastic parts. Don't want to have the excuse to have something catch.
108.8.
So much easier to do this when you're building the vehicle than find that it's got interference later and have to take the silly thing apart when you should be driving it, right?
11-8.
Do it right the first time. Do it once. Be done with it.
Okay. 12-5.
So, drag link. gets the little bearings. Make sure you press the
11/8.
bearings in straight. Should be, there it is. Spacer.
$20.5.
And can't remember which way I did this last time. I have one
11/8.
side of the drag link all bearinged up, so I'm going to go screw that in. It gets pretty difficult, so I'm going to do the one that has 2 ball studs in it first. Thing that's got the most interference,
11/8.
do it first, get it out of the way.
$11.9. Tanner Dillon.
Looks like we're getting it going in pretty good and straight, so we're going to keep going.
13.2. 17 flat.
And you want to make sure the bearing stays seated.
11.9. 13.1.
And the bearings are oversized, so you can get that tight.
11.9.
It'll flop around.
11.8.
When I say oversized, I mean that the bearings
11.2.
sit proud of the plastic of the
11.7.
dog bone, so that combined with the spacer, you
11.6.
really can't crush this down. Of course, you
11.9.
go all Super Hulk, and I got that one on backwards. Look at that.
11.8.
See, that's why you got to pay attention.
11.8.
Put that on there the wrong way, and I got to figure out which one of these I want to take apart.
11.2.
But the world. Here we go.
$12 flat.
Who caught that on video, huh? Bonus points to you if you caught it before I did. Putting stuff together wrong. But it will go together a little bit better the second time around because we've pre-tapped the hole now. So that should go together nice and smooth. I think I did that mistake when I was building the buggy. Play in it, but nice smooth action. Almost lost the screw. Genius. Very small parts. Again, make sure you get them going together correctly. I probably would have done myself a favor with some overhead lighting instead of this over the shoulder lighting that I'm using. But c'est la vie. Still got a little bit of play horizontally along the axis of that screw. Nice and smooth and free. Still got vertical play, so we got to get rid of that. Okay. Cool. On to the next step. Get to turn the page again. Haven't turned a page in a little while. Ooh, they want us to put the side rails on. Okay, so where'd I put the chassis? There it is. But because I don't have that bag of parts out, we got all these screws out, I'm gonna go out of order here for just a second. There's the thread lock. Okay.
11-7.
Okay. So it is not the little screw end. You want to take the big white
12-3.
top off. Little bit of thread lock goes a really long way.
11-6.
Like one little drop. You don't need to completely glue everything to the car. Nice fancy trick here. You've got your wheel nut wrench. It fits right over the steering post. Make sure you get that thing all the way tight. It's like it was designed to do that job. It wasn't really. That wheel nut wrench has been around forever. I think the first Tamiya car I built in like 1993, 94 had that in it. But hey, if it works, it works. Don't redesign it. You don't need to go all Hulk on this thing. When you're using thread lock, get them tight, and it's done. Okay, so there is that. And now we are ready for another bag of screws. Looks like that's going to be in our bulkhead bag. So open that up. We've got our front end parts, our shock mount parts, shock tower. Been really eager to see that. See the shock tower, because I went looking as soon as the car was announced, looked up the manual if I could order parts for the hobby shop, and I was surprised at how few new parts there were for the truck. I mean, you knew suspension arms, but like the rear tower is new, but the front tower is not, or something like that. Can't remember which way it was, but yeah, pretty nifty how they reuse some stuff. Okay, so here's all our little screws for our side rails. I understand why they did what they did. So here we go. I'm going to put all the side rails in. So that way we're not flopping around with the steering while we're putting the side rails on. Again, just trimming some flashing off of here. Probably not necessary. Doesn't look like it's in a place where it would cause any interference, which is just the smart way to engineer your parts. So good on, again, TLR and Mr. Aaron.
12-1.
Mr. Aaron Soothe, head designer of this.
Tanner Dillon. $11.7.
And here we go. They're going to call this a soft side brace. I know we said I'm building a carpet
13
car,
flat.
but we're going to just build it as it is. We're building the build. Here we go. Getting a couple of screws started before we get anything locked down. Because that way we can make sure everything lines up. We won't have to back anything out. Just a quick little tip there. And we should be able to get some stuff done with the power driver. That's what I was going to say. Save my hands just a little bit. I know some other people say they have built these vehicles totally with power drivers. I don't know. I guess I'm a glutton for punishment here. Here we go on the next one. Let's see what's going on. Getting a couple text messages on my phone. So I'm going to pause my build here in just a second, see what's going on in Family Man land. I think I've got my paint figured out for this vehicle. Gonna be pretty fun. All right. I am back. Looking at my phone. Cool. Here we go. Come on, rotate. Rotate, you crazy thing. Whatever. Here we go. Back to putting in screws. If only I could figure out what I did with everything. Again, this is all going together really smoothly. I don't know if that is because I had prior experience. All right, sorry about that. I lost the batteries in my remote, my microphone. I took the chance to get a slice of pizza, and bum 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 bum. Part number. There it is, the aluminum front pivot. Because history tells us, unfortunately, the stock front pivot plastic is not good. Now we're going to use the power tool for the first time. Get these side rails on. Make sure if you're going to do the power tool, you don't pinch your fingers. But when we talk about cars breaking stuff, haven't yet heard of any of the 22X's breaking the nose off of the chassis. I'm sure it'll happen. Just got to give it time. But, like, you know, it's a thing. Other cars have done it. Even cars without an aluminum front pivot nose do it. The Schumacher cars have a whole front end delete option. Because it's got like 2 screws and the whole front end comes off of the LD3s. But totally an engineering level decision, and I am just the peanut gallery. So there it is, starting to look a little bit more like a car. Got my side rails on. Like I said, not going all the way with the power tool. Snug everything up with my hand tool. So, yeah, I totally appreciate that we have so many awesome manufacturers to choose from in the world of RC. And that we are not dependent on just one brand for our fun and entertainment. I think the world is a better place for us having multiple manufacturers that make fancy toy cars for us to break. Okay. So now that we've got the side rails on, we'll put on the steering system. We do stock, again, the TLR and associated branded vehicles, but we can get anything you can find. The Schumacher being the most recent thing we have ordered special brand wise in 10 scale, but we've also been able to obtain Techno 8 scale cars, which is super fun. Alright, so now we are doing front bulkhead, I believe is what they call this critter. Okay, here's one of those parts where you've got to get the mold thing off of it, and that is intentional. They left that in there to keep the part keeping its shape. This would probably be better to do with a side cutter. I think from a technical standpoint, you could actually leave that on there. Yeah, it doesn't even have to come off. And nobody would see it. That's interesting. I wonder if I'm just going to leave that on there then, since it doesn't interfere with anything. I know there's a couple of other things in the early build on the XDC buggy, AC and DC buggies, that they were like, hey, yes, you got to take this out of here. It was actually a shipping piece. Like, it was not molded attached. It was something they'd put in probably by hand after they molded it, but before they sent it out for shipping in the kits. That's in the transmission, I think, where the top cap goes on over the diff. And that's one of those just little attention to detail kind of things that is pretty awesome. It's one of those things that you wouldn't think of it, but that they figured out that it was that necessary. Somebody could argue that, yeah, well, they could mold it better and do this better and do that better. They wouldn't need that, but, you know, again, engineering level decision from the manufacturer, and I think it's kind of cool that they kept that piece in there just to show us, hey, we care. We want your car to be straight. We want your transmission to be straight. I'm not going to name names on that one. You've been following this game for the last year, you'd know who that's after. Gotta keep the front of your car straight. Alrighty. So this goes in from the top. Nice tight fit on these little aluminum inserts. Alright, so here we go, putting in some more ball studs. Nope, that way won't do it. There we go. Dooby-dooby-doo. Okay. Nifty way of doing that. Okay. Okay, so we need to lock in our steering rack. 3x8 or 3x6. Oh, see, I goofed. I put the wrong screw in the bottom of the car. This is supposed to go the other way. Probably wouldn't matter much, except for when that happens. Okay. So again, gotta pay attention. Simple mistake. But I gotta redo my steering rack. I put in a 3x6 where a 3x8 should have gone. But I would say that could be down to, hey, let's put those screws in the right part of the bag. Armchair quarterback, that's me. Right? I'm an American, I'm an armchair quarterback. So sure, I'm not a professional quarterback. Sorry that you can't see what I'm doing. Fixing my mistake here. As they would say in one of my favorite movies, I put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Where'd that movie come from, huh? Bonus points, who can tell me? Give you a hint. It was a Dana Carvey movie. It's actually one of the, I don't know, probably less well-known ones. Kind of a comeback style movie. It's kind of fun that it's a kid-friendly movie, but got some adult jokes. Everybody loves those, right? All right, your time is up on that guessing game. Dana Carvey movie was The Master of Disguise. Not that I'm a huge Dana Carvey fan. He was a little bit before my time when he did his stint on Saturday Night Live. Showing my age. Again, I am just barely 3 years older than MHOR RC Raceway. Okay. But then again, thinking about Dana Carvey, I don't think he's still alive, so I wasn't really meaning to talk about him in the past tense. I know we've had a lot of 80s pop heroes kind of pass away here recently. The Hulkster, Ozzy. Rest in peace to all of them. Oh, that's going to be way too much thread lock. Take some of that back off of there. Don't need to lock up my bearing because I'm being sloppy. Speaking of pop heroes, how about some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle trivia, huh? Can you name the person that was working 2 roles in a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie? I want to say it was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. I think they called that The Secret of the Ooze. Yeah. Also had some other martial arts type movies to his credit in the late 80s, early 90s. I guess he did. Maybe he did one of the characters in movie 1 where he was inside the suit, and then in movie 2 he got to be like a co-starring kind of a role. Ding, ding, ding. That is Ernie Reyes Jr., I believe is his name. It's the guy that played Donatello and Kino. So that was a fun time. Alright, I need to go get my side cutters. I'll be back.
Tanner Dillon.
Alrighty, so I may have been able to get away with not cutting this piece out here in the front bulkhead. But I
14-2.
definitely need to cut the piece out here in this front pivoty bridgey thing, because otherwise the servo won't fit. So there is that.
14-8.
And we'll go back to trimming.
Thirteen flat. $15.3.
So, who's going to be here on Wednesday to run stadium trucks? Anybody gonna run stadium truck on Wednesday? I'll run stadium truck on Wednesday. Probably won't be with this new truck. Like I said, I'm trying to build this thing as a turf truck, which means I'll need to put a gear diff in it. And I won't have a body
32.3
ready for it, I don't think. I know a lot of people that run stadium truck maybe going to Omaha, maybe kind of on the road at that point, so they don't have to
14.9.
do the arrive and drop into practice thing and be rested. Can be nice and rested. I know that's the ideal way to do it. That's the way I would probably be trying to do it.
16 flat.
That extra rest to start your event is a big thing. When I was traveling for SCCA Rallycross for nationals, we didn't want to arrive like 3 minutes before tech closed and then have to rush to get your car ready so you could get it through tech and get it into the park expose for legality judging by your peers. I know that's not how judging goes for tech inspection and legality in RC cars. It's not done by your peers. Big races, they will have tech, they'll have people in tech, and you go through tech like right before the race starts to make sure your vehicle is as class legal as possible, that you're not a dirty cheater. Nobody wants to get beat by a cheater.
32.5.
I know a lot of people would like to push the rules, but you know, when there's a class minimum weight, that one's pretty important. Things like
13.1.
Technical speed control kind of stuff for your spec classes. Just follow the rules, people. You have to cheat to win. Is it really worth it?
13.4.
I know, you know, there is always a gray area with pushing the envelope, and I'm okay with that. But don't be a dirty cheater. So here we go. We're gonna put the front end together. Shock tower going on. So
30.5.
big long screws here. These 20 millimeter countersunk screws that attach the shock tower to the bulkhead, to the pivot brace, all of that. Again, I like to get every screw started myself before I get everything down all the way. This arrangement doesn't look like it's going to pinch. Not going to be a problem to do it this way. I have seen some instructions say to make sure you put one screw all the way in before you put in the second one to avoid splitting carbon fiber. And that's down to manufacturing tolerances. You know, you can go for your tightest tolerance, your best fit, best performance. Or you can give it just that, like, you know, 1/10 of a millimeter of play, or maybe just get your manufacturing tolerances absolutely spot on.
13.6.
and not have some of those problems. Here we go. We're going to use our magic power screwdriver. Again, we're not going all the way down. We're also not going full speed. You don't need to strip anything. I'm just saving my wrists a little bit here. It's an awesome DeWalt tool that Chad had. Pretty amazing. With the gyro, you can just kind of twist your wrist just a little bit. You don't have to run it with a reverse. There's not a switch. It's just amazing like that. Me, I'm going the automotive style cross pattern, screwing in these 4 screws here on the bulkhead. Okay. Turn the page again. Step D6. About 3 hours in, and we're about halfway through the D bag. Alright, so now we're on to upper shock mount stuff. Wow, and it looks like the body mount here actually has 3 holes. I don't know if the camera can see this. You've got 1, 2, 3. So the front body mount is height adjustable. Not something I expected. Kind of a nice tuning tip option.
Jeremy Hilsendiger.
Now to figure out what screw tip to use. I think that's a 1.5.
12/8.
No. No, that's a little guy. There's the 1.5.
11/7.
And it is a 1.5. From my eyes, it looks like they want us to go into the middle hole
13
on this
5.
mount.
13 flat.
That's a nice plastic. See, that's a little on the soft side, but that's okay. This is probably a part where some
18/8.
engineered deformation is the way to go, so that you can get this thing to
12/3.
be more durable. And again, if you can do that in the rear body mount, it's going to be a cool option.
11/8.
Looks like they want us to use some thread locker on our upper shock mounts, and they want to do those on the very outer.
Please tell me that hits you.
Okay. I used a bit too much. There we go. Is that one on? And there's the other side. Didn't get too much on that one. That's nice. Okay. Betcha this tool. Awesome. Okay. last bag of bag D. Hinge pins and front pivot. And we will be all set. And bag D will be complete. Again, I am going with part number 1181. I'm going to put the aluminum front pivot on this car, this truck, as it is kind of a known problem that the plastic bulkhead does not hold up. So, I have 2 spare plastic bulkheads if anybody needs them in an emergency situation. Here at MHOR RC, I've gotcha. Okay. Pretty awesome the way all of this fits together. Just making sure we use the correct screws. It's the longer screws. Uh-oh. Is Tanner up front? Somebody may be trying to get in. You going, Tanner? Yeah, I got it. All right, thank you. We are, of course, not technically open on Monday. We are here special for Omaha practice for the members of the MHOR Mafia that are going to be traveling out to the INS race. And I am taking a day to build a truck. Again, this is the new TLR 22X-T. We will be open tomorrow, Tuesday. That
11/7
is noon that we're going to open. Regular business hours, noon to 9 on Tuesday.
11/9. $14.4.
So just looking over my work here.
12.4.
Not getting these pivot bridge screw things all the way tight just yet. Next step is putting on the front
11.4.
pivot. Got a little bit of flashing to trim off on the bumper.
11.8.
Probably not necessary. Maybe a little bit pedantic, but I'm gonna do it. Nice clean car. Yeah, I know. So
11.7.
yeah, your wiring's terrible. I don't have time to clean wiring. Also a little scared of cleaning up my wiring. Things like shortening servo and ESC leads.
12.1.
Not really my bag. Not the way I want to do it. Okay, so they are building.
11.7.
But I'm building this thing as a carpet car, so I'm going to turn the shim around on my front bumper.
11.7.
So we're going to build the front end of my car with the 20 degree on the pivot. Instead of a 25 degree. This is why we do screws by hand. This particular step, got a lot of stack here, a lot of things having to line up all at once. I want to make sure we get those correct. Make sure you get the correct length of screws when you put them in. Starting to look like something other than a box of parts. Almost got the front suspension arms attachment. That will be very soon here. Be in bag E very soon. We are on step
11-9.
D7. Last step of bag D is D8. So there is our bulkhead.
12-4.
Sure it's all square. Steering's still nice and smooth. Okay.
11-7.
Suspension arm. Call that one a left. And brace goes on that
12-3.
side. Putting in the pins and the arms.
12-1.
Nice and floppy. That's what you want to hear, right? Nice and floppy.
$12.3.
Change out the tip on the screwdriver.
$11.8.
And put in the little bitty screw. So, who's a fan of these little bitty screws? For putting on your
$11.8.
front pivot. I wonder.
12 flat. Flat.
So when I was talking about these little bitty screws earlier, making mention of the screws that hold on your suspension
11-7.
arms. This is new to TLR. Just being
11-9.
silly and double checking here. Checking the fitment. No difference. The aluminum front pivot does come with a new hinge pin brace. So I was curious if the fit was any different between the two. It did not appear to be so. I know the associated cars have had these little hinge pin holder screws for a long time. And I guess TLR, it's not new to Losi, as the 22S drag car and the sprint car have these little bitty screws, but it's new to the race buggy and race trucks. Some people would probably say hallelujah, having something to lock in those hinge pins. I don't know. I mean, I guess it makes it so you can have thinner parts, I don't know if you really need thinner parts all the way around on the inside in here. But again, what do I know? I am a novice. Trade out screw tips and put the bulkhead on, and that is the end of bag D.
Tanner Dillon. $12.8.
Make sure I get all my screws put in here. Almost missed a couple.
$12.7.
Okay, we are now a little over 3 hours into our build.
12.4.
3 hours and 15 minutes, I want to say. I did not keep an exact time for when I started this process. Gonna go lefty here for just a second. Alright, we'll lock down our bumper. Lock our
23.9.
front end together. And we are gonna move on.
$14.6.
Okay, so still got a diff. So there we go, nice and floppy and smooth. And we're ready for bag E. Take myself a little beverage. And here we go. Bag E.
25
steering,
flat.
Get that going. And some bearings, lots of bearings. Gonna be another time where you have to
12.7.
pay attention. And lots of little bitty parts.
$16.4. $12.5.
Maybe some leftover parts here on this step. We will see.
13.1.
People will probably be rejoicing at this front axle setup where you have hexes on the front axle. You can change the hex to change the width of
16
your
flat.
front end. That was one of those things that was a long time coming, I would say.
$12.6. $14 flat.
Gonna clean those up. These parts were still on their runner. The steering knuckle.
13.4.
Okay. Trim the flashing off of those. Those shock tools over
12.7.
there. Okay. Okay, so I think that's one of the next bags we
19.2.
have to open. It's like somebody's out there running a short course truck. Always welcome whatever you want to run here. 10th scale 2-cell power. We'll even go as far as running the 4-wheel drive short course if people can get enough of those vehicles.
31.1.
A little bit more trimming.
14 flat.
Okay,
13.6.
So, which way do they want this thing to go? So if they want that to go that way,
14.6.
we want, it's gonna have to be that way.
12.7.
So you can see what's going on there. So
13.3.
I am putting on this carbon steering arm. It's got the W mark and 1 dot on it. I'm going to put it on so I can read that mark once everything is together, so that there's no guessing later. And again, take your time, line it up, make sure you get your screws in straight. Just makes everything easier if you have to take this apart again.
.41 flat.
I know you should be keeping your parts together. This is a wide steering knuckle, and it's the wide steering arm. So you should be able to make sure those are together, but you know, good way to check stuff. And maybe somebody's already tried it. Maybe they've tried that recombination of parts, wides and narrows, and see if it does something. I know they're going to say it's inadvisable. They built it this way, they engineered it this way, but everybody, or not everybody, most of the RC people, we're tinkerers. We're going to double check stuff, we're going to mess around, and I would not be surprised if somebody had already tried that out before I thought of it, because it did take me about 2 weeks before I got to building the XDC buggy. I know some people have tried experimenting some of the parts, building the truck for carpet and turf. Again, that's what I'm doing, so I may have to put some different parts into the front of my vehicle, put some narrow parts, I guess, see what happens, but I'm just going to build this the way the instructions are, and we'll learn from there. Once my local TLR drivers come back from Omaha, we can talk about it, see if they're up for running the truck on the turf, and what way they think is best. Of course, my driving style probably won't match theirs, but what's the point of having local team drivers if you're not going to talk to them, huh? Talk to those guys. That's what they're there for. I think that's probably a change from truck to buggy. I remember the buggy having spacers or something under the ball studs on the steering, but again, we're going to build close to kit. My change of shock oil was because I plan on running on a high grip surface. Changed the shock oil, stiffened it up, probably more in the rear than in the front. Might need a front sway bar on this thing. I also took kick up out of the front end. Okay, so bearings here have a seal on both sides. It doesn't matter which way you put them in. I'm going to put the back one in first, and then put in the axle, then put in the thick spacer, black aluminum, goes between the bearings, put in the second bearing. They want you to put on the teeny tiny little spacer that gives you a little bit of adjustment to the vehicle as far as the width goes. Excuse me, as far as the width goes. And then we're going to put in the pin and the hex nut. And then we're going to need our teeny tiny 050 screwdriver. Oh, not an 050. It's a 1.5. And in this guy, you only need to like hand tight this thing. I have seen so many people break these screws off in the hex. And then you have a bad day. And you don't want a bad day, right? We're in this to have a good time. Okay, so again, back bearing, axle, black aluminum spacer, second bearing, little bitty thin washer. That is a 0.5 millimeter thick washer. If you're paying attention to the instructions, follow along at home. Again, a lot of pieces here on step E1. Okay, and then we need our screw. And we will be all done. Another thing to point out that these vehicles are using standard offset wheels now. So your wheels that you might have been using for an associated vehicle or Schumacher, those will fit. No longer a unicorn wheel. Couple more bags of hardware. As we turn the page to go to the next step in bag E. You know, that makes it easier on the hobby shops, that wheel choice. Not having to carry a second offset of wheel, less stuff on the shelf, less confusion for new people, both new hobby shop employees and new people to RC. So I'd say that standardization in that particular realm is a good thing. Okay. Here we go. Lots more little bitty parts. double checking what's going on here. I have to get off the runner. Getting the runner off of there. Here we go with that. Oh yeah. Alright. Now, this one, because it's steering components, we're definitely going to want to make sure we trim these. Our hobby knife or the emery board. Make sure any of the flashing from that tree that you had to separate is gone. You don't need anything interfering with your steering. And again, this is so much easier to do during the build process. And if you're one of those people that keeps spare parts ahead of time in your pit box, you might even do this to your spare parts so that if you break one and you're in a quick changeover from heat race round 1 to heat race round 2, you don't have to worry about having to perform this somewhat tedious little step in the heat of the moment. Also, with us having both TLR and Associated, and even a sponsored driver running Mugen, we're going to start going back to having some setups posted here on a notice board in the hobby shop, so that you can kind of compare your notes to someone else's, see what local fast people are running, maybe get you more in the ballpark if you're not that comfortable with making your own tuning adjustments. If you are interested in doing your own tuning adjustments, until you are somewhat familiar with some of those adjustments, please only do one thing at a time. Make sure you know what the change is doing, so you know what caused positive change, what was maybe not positive change. Okay, so it's a lot going on here in step E2. I'm gonna make sure what I've got here. I've got left and left, and I'm gonna put these on first. Looks like that's gonna be the 1.5 driver. It is. Okay. So change the screw tip. And these are very compact hubs. Steering knuckle, steering assembly uprights. There are a lot of pieces, but it's a very compact final assembly. I think it's pretty well packaged. Sure, it may be somewhat redundant in some ways. There's a lot of things you can change here, but that's what you want in a race car when you're a pro. You want to be able to make those adjustments. Again, kit setup is really well thought out. Like, the companies that make these things, they try their darndest to make the recommended kit setup be the best it can be. 90% of the people that are going to have the vehicle, 90% of the tracks, kit setup is where you want to be. You have a baseline, and then you can go from there. You can make your adjustments, and you're not just way out in the weeds to start with. Uh-oh. Dropped a screw. There it is. Found it. That's why you have light and a nice squishy pit mat on your counter. If you drop something and it hits a hard surface on your table and bounces away into the carpet, you might never find it. That's just kind of the way RC kit builds go. Or if you're doing things like Gunpla or Warhammer, like you do these little bitty model things and you lose a part into the carpet, good luck. You might as well just go buy another one. So be really careful with that with your assembly. I mean, pit mat probably going to be recommended at any racetrack you go to anyway, so definitely a good investment. Okay, so next we're going to do ball stud. And they want 1 millimeter spacer in there. And this is a metal to metal part. I don't see a call out for the red locker, but I'm going to put just a little bitty bit on there. Don't want that critter coming out, because it comes out and then you've got problems with it getting bent or broken, and that is a bad time. Bent, it's hard to get out, damages your vehicle, makes it drive funny. Broken, and you're out of the race. You know, to win the race, you got to finish the race. To set your best time, you got to finish the race. Okay, so now we're going to double check our inserts. We have the recommended 0 insert, just as they show in the kit. Put those 0 inserts into the hubs. And then next is these little hat bushing type things. Hat bushing thing, nothing new. Associated's been doing it for a while. These are nowhere near as fiddly as the way everything else was being done. And there, it's gotta go that way, right?
Tanner Dillon.
Yeah.
Casey Ford.
Okay, and I have 12 millimeter screws.
11-7, Jeremy Hilsendiger. 11-7,
When I say
12
everything
two.
else being done, I mean this part of the assembly on the 22 from the original 22 all the way to
11-4.
5.0. These little washers that
34.7.
went in here.
11-7,
This 1 millimeter. Eventually the stack was 4 millimeters worth of washer. That was
14-8.
hard putting all those little
14-8.
washers in. I personally went to just one giant 4 millimeter washer in there. Made it a little bit easier to get it in and out and get everything lined
12
up,
flat.
getting the hinge pin
11-5,
to go through. Okay, so on these steering blocks, these steering knuckles, you can over tighten this, I think. No, we'll see. Okay, you can't over tighten it, which is cool. The aluminum hat bushing type thing sticks through far enough. Bottom out the
27.1,
screw. You can't over tighten it. It will not pinch down. You are all set there.
12-5,
Pretty cool.
12-8.
Not many steps on bag E. And when I mention that this thing not being something you can over tighten, it's because in the prior
21.4.
TLR setup you could over tighten this. Some of these steering things you actually were able to take some of the slop out of the assembly based upon how
12-1.
tight you made the
14-4.
components. And you could actually kind of lock up your steering, bind up your steering by tightening the screws down too far. And that is now
12-1.
not possible.
12-5.
Or, I mean, I guess it could be possible. Somebody's going to do it, right? But if you're paying attention, you're hand tightening things, you can't
12
lock
flat.
this up. You can't over tighten it. It is a lot of parts still, a lot of precision, but we're going to get it done.
23.7. 13-5.
So we are on to hinge pins.
12-6. 12-1.
We'll put the left side parts on the left side. It's always the smart guy way to do it.
12-2. 13-2.
There it is.
12-2.
Got to change down to the
12-1.
small tip. And get our little
12-1.
button head screw
13-4.
to lock down our hinge pins. And again, you just need to hand tighten that thing. You don't need to go in any further.
18-3. 18 flat. 11-8. 12-3.
Okay. And next step, E4 it looks like, is
11-5.
going to be
13 flat.
turnbuckles. Turnbuckles are one of those things where you've got to make sure you put them on the right
12-4.
way.
12-3. 11-7.
Almost 4 hours in, and we're doing turnbuckles. Okay, so front
12-1.
camber link
13-8.
and front
13-7.
steering links. Front camber links are the short guys. Front steering links are the long guys.
11-5.
Looks like
12-6.
our directions are showing we want the little bitty notch to go to the left.
11-8. 24 flat. 11-6.
Nice that you can just pop these on. Right there. Okay. I really like these ball cups.
17-9.
They thread
28.6.
really nicely.
42
They
flat.
go on very easily. I'm doing it by hand.
12-7. 11-8.
Okay. And then steering links.
23.7.
A little
11-5.
bit of flashing
12-4.
on the end of my ball cup. And I didn't get off in the prior step.
11-4. 11-7. 11-8. 12-1. 19.5. 12.5. 22 flat. 46.5.
And
14.6.
one more pop.
16.1. 16 flat.
Maybe. One more pop.
11.8. 11.9.
And all
12
of the
flat.
links are on. Free movement out of the suspension. You want to check that it falls under its own weight.
11.6.
There's no binding.
11.9.
Everything
11.9.
operates nice and smooth. It's time to put front shocks on, and we will be done with
11.8.
bag E.
11.9. 12 flat. 12 flat. 20.1. 18.8. 14.6. 19.4.
Bag F will be next. That's the transmission and rear shock tower. And
11.8.
that's pretty much
17.5.
complete vehicle at that point. Okay. Middle hole is the designated spot for the shocks on the suspension arm.
19.6. 19.5.
Screw just goes right through.
16.8. 16.6.
'Kay, no extra parts so far. Unless you're going to count the shocks, rear shocks and the diff that are not in yet. But we have no extra hardware at this point in my build. Now, like I said, next step is bag F,
41.8.
which is the transmission.
42.2.
And that's pretty interesting. Not only can you get the differential out of this
11.2.
vehicle with like 5 screws, one more screw gets the idler out. That screw for the idler is also the shaft that the idler gear spins on.
11.7.
Pretty awesome
23.1.
little way of doing that. I was pretty surprised and impressed when I saw that. Pretty nifty. Okay, another drink of my liquids. And here we go. Bag F.
22.8.
Looks like there's going to be a bag
23.9.
G and bag H. So F, G, and H. 3 bags to go. Okay. Let's set my chassis aside here. Bring back my parts tray.
$29.9. 30 flat.
Before I get through there,
11.6.
just
11.6.
checking out my messages, no messages, so we are going to continue. And here is the transmission
12.5.
top case.
13.4.
Just dumped it out of the bag, and this piece just slides right out of there. Again, its whole purpose is keeping
11
the top
5, 12 2,
transmission cover in place. That's all it does. Somebody had to put that into the bag by hand. So that's just one of those nifty little
11 9,
hey, we care
11 7,
kind of things. I really appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to set the rear body mount aside. Rear shock tower.
14 3, 14 1,
And here we go. We're building bag F, the transmission. Sorry, I had some debris from my trimming in the parts tray there. That was kind of rude, blowing into the microphone. My apologies. Okay, so they do keep some hardware separate from others. I will do the same. Like I said in my prior build, I realized that was on purpose. There was a reason for doing that. Make sure there's nothing left in your bags before you put them in your designated refuge spot. And here we go. Transmission bearings. Pretty simple here. Your upper, which is going to go in this way. That is in there. And that's it. That is all you have to do before you put the transmission case together. It's pretty slick. Now, there is a little bit of a pinch here, but this will tighten up. From my experience with building the 22X-DC buggy, this tightens up as you screw everything together, and I have not myself yet heard any instances of people having problems with transmission cases. Alright, button head screw. That's our 12 mil. It's the only screw that's going to go right here. Okay. Bearings into the idler. And then, like I said, this is pretty slick. You drop in the idler gear. Just take this and drop it in right there. This is actually your idler shaft. It's aluminum. It's also a screw. That gear I dropped in just fits right in. It can't go too far. And then we're going to line everything up. Now this, because it's an aluminum screw head, is important. You need to make sure you do this part correctly. So I am looking for my 2.5, which I believe is what this is. Yeah, it's not a 2, it's a 2.5. want to be very straight on with this, or you can wind up stripping. It's not even a 2.5. Is that a 3:30 seconds? Maybe that's why I've had so much difficulty with these. It is. It's a 3:30 seconds. So I guess they made this as absolutely big as they could. But that's a little unusual. So be very careful with that. 3:30 seconds is what that screw head is, so you don't strip it. Okay. So now we're going to bolt up our C block, and we're being instructed to use 12mm screws. Okay, there's my 12mm screw. There's only 2 of them in there, and they do separate it in the back. Like they did it on purpose. They knew what they were doing here. Okay, so my 3:30 seconds can go back in. My 2.5 can go back in. And 2.0. Okay. Yep. Gone are the days where you just like opened a bag and all 27 screws fell out of the bag and you had to guess. And they're separating them. Like I said, yes, my environmental subconscious is like, hey, there's a lot of little bitty plastic bags. I get it. We want to, minimize the environmental footprint. But then the logical side of me is like, hey, that was kind of smart, guys. Okay. Power driver. My hands are starting to hurt. But I'm going very slow with this. Don't want to strip it. Transmission case is a much stiffer plastic than a lot of other places on the vehicle. I can't remember off of the top of my head, but I know when they did the launch video for the 22X buggy, they made it a big point of like, yeah, we used like 63 different plastics. I know that's not the right number, but they used like a whole bunch of different plastics specific to the job with this transmission case and the side rails and the nose of the car. Like, every plastic has a reason that it is what it is. There was a point to it. Okay, so now we are on to rear shock tower. It's gonna go on. And we're using the 10mm screws, of which there are many. There are 4 in this bag. Not 4 in this part. And here we go. This is another one of those things where as we screw it together, it's going to pinch the parts, squeeze them together the right way. Again, props to Mr. Aaron. I believe it's Aaron Sue that did the design work on this. I know he said he had to redo the transmission case and the shock towers on the buggy like many times. I think it was like 10 revisions to get it right. But the way this thing assembles and what I've had to do, or what I haven't had to do to mine, like it's It's just amazing. Screws and screws and screws here. Going as quickly as we can. We are now about 4 hours in to building this thing. And I think maybe there should be a call out in the manual though about what size driver tip you need for the idler gear, idler shaft screw. That is probably not something a lot of people have anymore. You know, there's a lot of metric in the world now, and that is not a metric screw head, and that might be a problem for some people. I know I didn't realize it building my buggy, and that screw head is pretty ugly on my buggy. It's in there, but I was not paying attention, not with it enough to make sure I did that right. That's on me. I'm the builder, but you know, maybe call that one out. Okay. So we're going to rear upper shock mounts. They want that one from the inside. A little bit of thread lock they're showing on those upper shock mounts. Again, that one goes on pretty much by hand. And then you just tighten it up at the end. Cool. Looks like somebody lost my video feed. But we'll just keep going, because my streaming platform says we're still going. Guess maybe I lost it off of the world of Facebook. We did hit that 4-hour mark, so you probably have to refresh your Facebook feed to get that back. If anybody is looking at this on YouTube, it probably did not stop. I think YouTube goes 6 hours before it stops, and my goal is to have this thing done before then, before we hit that 6-hour mark. So back that up real quick. And go double check some stuff. See where we're at here. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to keep going. Bag F, step 5. We are putting on motor mount. It's going to use screws, of course. 8mm screws. That's these 4 down here that were separate from all the others. And again, I'm going to start all the screws before I get any of the screws completely tight. As we don't want to have a problem. So there are those 4 screws started.
Jeremy Hilsendiger. Sean Smith.
Sorry, trying to see
12 flat.
if my line
11-6.
is up. It is. Okay. Second way
11-8.
to double check my work here. And here we go.
11-6.
We are putting in screws to get the motor mount attached to the transmission.
Tanner Dillon. 17-1.
It's a good thing to know for those of you that watch the MHOR RC
11-4.
feed.
11-8.
There is a 4-hour limit to a live stream on Facebook. YouTube.
12 flat.
YouTube's cutoff is different.
11-4.
So YouTube is still holding the live stream. Facebook may catch up eventually.
11-1. 11-3.
Last
53.3.
8mm screw goes into our spur gear guard,
12-2.
which just kind of nestles
11-7.
in there. Some people probably choose not to put that on a truck. It's probably not as necessary
11-6.
as a buggy, but I'm still putting it on.
12-6.
This is bag F, step 5. And there is that.
43.3.
I mean, how many grams
23
are you saving?
flat.
Like whatever, the 5 grams that the screw weighs? Plastic is so small, it's not going to weigh anything. And I am not a good enough driver for 5
14.5.
grams
11-5.
to make a difference. So I put the part on. I personally think we should all
11-6.
have spur gear guards on.
11-5.
I don't like the idea of turn marshals getting their fingers buzzed because the driver goosed the throttle while the
11
car was in their
flat.
hand. I guess that's on
11-4.
the driver.
56 flat.
You should not be goosing the throttle if your car is in the turn marshal's hand. It's not the turn marshal's fault that you
11-5.
crashed. The extra
11-7.
tenth of a second that you
11-5.
gain by burning the turn marshal's hand, not really what you want to do.
11-4.
You don't want somebody burning their
11-9.
fingers off. Don't do it to somebody
11-5.
else. That's that, like, kindergarten kind of rule.
11-1.
So here we are at the end of
11-3.
bag F. We are attaching transmission case to vehicle. There are 6
12-7.
screws to do this. And again, we will
11-7.
not have any extra screws.
26.1. 11-5. 11-6. 14-3. 12-4.
I love the indexing pin
11-4.
that is part of
11-6.
the C block. It helps to lock everything into the chassis without the need for an extra screw.
12-2. 17-4.
I'm also a fan of the D block attachment on this car.
11-2.
That there are no screws at the very tail end of the chassis for things like a rear bumper and the D block sticking through. Those are all
11-7.
from the back side of the transmission. More like what you would see on an
26.8.
8 vehicle. I think that's going to be a durability
11-4.
improvement for the world. Okay, I can set this back on the table so you can watch me work. I know that's what everybody wants to do, right? I mean, that's why we're streaming this. Everybody wants to
13 flat.
watch somebody build one of these things.
18-8.
Don't think anybody's done this just yet. So So here we are.
11
I guess
7.
I'm not quite done with
11
bag
9.
F. I don't have the slipper assembly on yet. Slipper assembly and diff will go in before we're done with bag F.
12 2.
I'm going to go
11
to
7.
the power tool. Again, you don't need to go crazy. These screws are cutting
11
their
5.
threads as you put them in.
11 2.
So be gentle. How's that go? Be gentle. It's my first time.
12 1.
Well, it's that every one of these screws is communicating to the transmission case as we put this together. And we will
11 5.
finish these by
11 7.
hand to snug them up so we don't strip anything. Goes right along with be careful, it's my first time.
11 5. 13 9.
And so there are all 6 of those started. And
11 8.
now we can finish them by hand.
12 2.
I will take a couple of
11
shots
7.
at this.
103.5.
Again, I just don't want anything crooked. I want my fancy new race car to be as straight as possible. It will serve me the best
11
for the
3.
longest doing things that way.
11 8.
And again, if you've ever built a transmission on a full-size car, a real car, or an engine, they have
12
torque
flat.
specs for everything. They have tightening
14
patterns.
flat.
They want you to do it a certain way,
44.8.
so it's nice. And so that's what I'm doing here. I'm just working everything in something that kind of makes sense to get
11
even
4.
torque across all my fasteners. This is a good time
20.6.
to point out the fancy color of the anodizing on the chassis. It's really nice.
11 7.
I like it.
11 3.
Kind of a shame that it's going to get hidden by chassis protector, but you know,
12 4.
longevity. You can get
11/8.
clear chassis protectors. I was really a fan when TLR was doing that and even including them with their kits.
11 8.
Clear chassis protectors, they were pre-cut.
11 5.
They were pretty awesome. All right,
55.1.
so now we are
11 9.
transmission assembly.
11 3.
We're going to need the whole car for this.
11 8. 10 8. 11 4.
All right, so these are the last bags
11
of
5.
bag F.
25.8.
We are about 4 hours, maybe 4
11
hours and
8.
10 minutes or so into our build.
11 1.
And it's time to get the
11 4.
transmission together. The slipper clutch assembly.
11 7.
Okay.
11 flat.
So for those of you that have not yet built a 22X, you are not able to reuse the slipper plates from a
24.1.
5.0 or something like
21.7.
that. You have to use the new ones that come with the vehicle. They will not fit otherwise.
12 flat. 11 6. 11 4. 11 2. 13 6.
I'm just
13
going
3.
to get my spur gear on and keep the slipper pad lined up in its home.
11 3.
Don't want to have to go
11
all
1.
Happy Gilmore on it. Get in your home. Why don't you want to go in your home? Anybody seen Happy Gilmore 2?
11-2.
I have not. I might go see it. I like the first one. Okay. Don't
11-3.
give me any spoilers
23.2.
as far as Happy Gilmore 2. I'll watch it for myself. So we are a 78 tube
11-6.
spur gear on this vehicle. They did not
15 flat.
offer an optional spur gear. It is 78 and 78
13-3.
because there is no option. And that's okay. Nobody really runs anything for stadium truck where you might need to be a smaller
11-8.
spur
Casey
gear.
Ford. 22 flat.
Okay. Okay, so looking at our parts stack, we need our
11
double-sided
flat.
washer here. This
14-3.
guy has
101.9.
two sides. I don't know if you can see that. One of those is a different size than the other. It's longer and thinner diameter. That side goes down.
12-1. 11-8.
The side with the wider diameter is the side that faces the spring. There is no instruction to pre-squish the
11-9.
spring.
13-3.
When you've got your other washer,
28.6.
it's got one stepped side and one flat side. And
11-2.
then we've got our big
13 flat.
nut. And now time to tighten said
11-5. 12-4.
they do tell you to go flush and then down 2 to 3 millimeters. I went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to go about 5 turns in on the nut on mine.
37.6.
Okay, so slipper assembled. Not quite Avengers, but we're getting close.
11-1.
Okay. Now, time for our rear
10-8.
camber mount. We've got our ball studs. We've got our ball stud mount doohickey. Nicely machined.
11-1.
We want to go into the front part of the triangle. There are 3 holes here. There you go. See?
10-8.
1, 2, 3. We want to go out here is where they're mounting that.
11-1.
Again, we're going to go to some thread lock because we are metal to metal. The instructions are not showing this,
11-3.
but otherwise you have parts that back out. So, thread lock for me.
10-8.
Not a lot, but you don't want to break expensive parts. And anything that's machined aluminum is an
11-2.
expensive part, especially if we're going up and down yo-yoing this tariff situation. The T word, tariffs. Something you don't want to have happen in your life, but it's happening in all of our lives. Okay, gotta make sure you get your screw in straight, especially metal to metal
42.1.
parts. And there we go, nice and snug. That is one you want to check
11-5.
after your first couple of runs. Here you have to switch to the small driver, the 1.5. And this one, just one screw holding this thing down. It goes right into place. And once we get the diff in, the cap that covers the diff is going to be what does the
48.9.
final pinch. They do want you to grease up your gears. I'm going to do that right now. Now that I've got the
13.3.
spur gear and the spur gear shaft. And this will
11.4.
allow me to distribute grease all over here. You don't need a lot, but it does quite a bit
11.6.
for smoothness. Diff height, they are showing us a 0 diff height
10.8.
for the ball diff. That is not the diff height used on the buggy, but that is the diff height I went to on my buggy. I did lower my
11 flat.
diff one spot on my buggy. Again, this will be a carpet vehicle at some point in the future, so the diff's going to have to come out,
12.5.
and we're going to have to make that adjustment.
$11.3.
Okay, and then I'm looking at adding
11.5.
just a wee little bit more grease on my diff there. I know some people do it, some people don't.
13.2.
That's what I did, following the instructions. Okay, and now it's time for that magical cap on the differential.
10.9.
So here's the cap. Again, it ships with this spacer in it. It is something that was probably put in by hand because of the way it fits.
10.4.
Like, it's not locked in or anything. Okay, so then we just drop that on, flops right down,
10.7.
and we're going to put in some screws. We need some 10mm button heads. Those are the ones that go
11.1.
in horizontally.
$11.4. $12 flat.
Okay.
11.4.
So those are in fairly far, but not all the way. And then we need the longer screws. We are on 16s. There are 2 of those. And those are going to go in from above. And this is what finally pinches the back half of the transmission case together. And this is where, again, you really have to make sure you get everything lined up. And you don't want to use a power tool, in my opinion. Okay. Just getting these screws in. They're pretty long. And now we can tighten them down since they're all started. Not really a great way to cross these as they go in two different planes, two different axes. Some go on the y-axis, some go on the x-axis. People say, oh, but if you know you're going to put a gear diff in it, why are you putting the ball diff in it? Oh, because that's what I had. Bad preparation on my part. I didn't have that ready. It's not in the kit. There is not two different kits for the truck like there are the buggy. It's just truck, and we can make that change later because it is so easy. Okay, so now we're going to put on these little wing type critters. Same idea as the buggy. You have two screws here. You have a 30 millimeter long screw. That's the one that goes in here closer to the shock tower. And then the 25 millimeter long screw goes in, excuse me, through the back. And this is a different material again. This is a little bit softer material. So I personally am not putting power tool to this as it's very soft. I'm not having to put any pressure to it really. And these are just going right in. This and the next two screws that lock in the wing mount, it's going to finish everything up. Looks like there is a riser kind of a spacer that goes to this that I somehow misplaced. They are part of the same pack. This wing mount kind of piece that I'm putting on, it looks very similar to what goes on the buggy, but it is not. It is a new part number. This is why, like we said, you want to check your bags. I'm going to double check my bags. I do not see that. It must be hiding in the tuning parts bag, because it is not in here. Okay. Dropping parts on the floor. Losing my cool. Sorry about that. I'm gonna break stuff. Alright, so here we go. Put this guy on and we will move on. I apologize to your earballs. So there it is, bag F complete. I said this is some pretty soft plastic. It does deform or like do the plastic thing. Plastic doesn't just mean plastic material. Plastic can mean deformation of something that then returns back to its original state. Okay, bag F complete. Bag G, we're going to build rear axles, rear arms, get the back end of this thing together. Not many parts left. Yeah, that little spacer there showing for the wing mount, that's in the D bag, or the tuning parts bag. Okay, I'm going to take this time to check out the land of my text messages. Okay, I'm back at it. So I was correct, like I said. The wing mount, the rear body mount for the truck, they show an extra spacer. It is not in bag F. It is in your tuning parts bag. But we are equipped and armed with knowledge, and we're going to carry on. Breaking off the arms from the runners. Again, the parts come like this for your spare parts as well. Here at MHOR RC, we are changing those. We're breaking the runner because it's not something you need. We're just making it so we can shorten the bag so that it fits on the hobby shop wall a little bit better. I want to be able to stock as many parts as possible around here, and when the manufacturer doesn't make their part display friendly, we have to make those minor changes. And I bet you if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't even notice. Industry secret right there. Trade secrets. We're giving them away for free. Anyway, so you can see what I'm doing. I'm just trimming the flashing off of the suspension arms, both the inner and outer. They were mounted on the runner still from the production molding. Interesting to see that the truck arms, I mean, it should be obvious, but the truck arms still have the same cutout for the spur gear right here on the right suspension arm. It is a molded cutout. They did that on purpose, just for that big spur gear that a truck runs because of those big tires. 78 tooth spur gear. I'm curious to see what the recommended gearing is for this thing, as it should be running the 2.6:1 transmission final drive ratio, which matches some of the other brands now. So that is a torquier transmission drive ratio than TLR had used in the past, which I think is where everybody was trying to get them to go anyway. Get you better gearing options at the motor. Just a wider use of applicable drive ratios there. better for everybody, even if you don't care about those details. Okay. So kind of making a mess of my car here. Doing all this trimming right above my chassis. Making my pretty car ugly, but happens. Okay, I'm going to set the arms aside because we know we're not going to use those right away. They want us building axles. So we'll open up that bag. The bearing sizes
Sean
and
Smith.
the outer part of the axle is the same as what TLR has been using for a little while. Okay, so they want the big bearing on the inside, like that.
20.7.
And then the large load capacity
13.2.
bearing on the outside. That's why it's got such a big difference in inner and outer diameter, is it helps with your load carrying capability.
13.4.
Okay, so they're telling us to go
11.7.
one on your rear hub, but I think I'm gonna go 3 on my rear hub. No, because that's, yeah, I'll go 3. Because I know I'm going to go up on the diff because carpet. So axle length-wise, these are labeled as X92. For those of you that are long-time TLR vehicle builders and drivers and users, they were using really short axles. It was like 88, 89 on the truck originally, the 22s, and then they went up as long as 94 in the 22 generation as they got to 4.0.
Tanner
Not
Dillon.
showing greasing on the
12.6.
axle here, but I did grease it on my buggy. I'm going to put a little bit of grease on here on my truck as
12.3.
well.
17.3. 11.7. 13.2.
And then they want us all the way out on the bone.
12.8. 13 flat.
13
13 flat,
Okay, there's that.
19 2,
One done.
12 3,
You want to go and move on to the hub assembly. Get that pin in there, get the hex in there, so
11
that
8,
things don't run away.
16 5,
It is the same size hex, 6 millimeter.
13
on
7,
both the front and the back. So that's nice to
16
know
5,
that they are the same. There's one complete.
12 1,
Nice and smooth. Again, I'm going to put a little bit of
14
grease
7,
on there. And this is where you want to
26.6,
make sure you build your vehicle the same from side to side. Nifty that there's a
13-1.
mark on this axle. On the stub where it goes through,
12 flat,
it shows a number 4. I don't know if you
48.9.
can see that. Get that right there.
12 9,
That's the number 4. I did not see that on the other side. Kind of makes me want to take it apart and double check.
13 4, 22.7, 12 8,
So again, to remind myself more than anybody else, I did go to the +3 hub setting.
11
So I'm going
7,
to go there on my diff setting when I go to the gear diff.
28.4,
Okay.
Sixteen 9,
And now we've got lots of little bitty hardware coming in our next part
13
of
7,
the G bag. You've got your D mount, your lower shock
Jeremy
mounts.
Hilsendiger,
Okay.
19 2,
Okay.
13 4, 11 8, 19 6,
Okay. Some stuff. Some stuff, some stuff, some stuff.
14 flat, Sean Smith,
This can't be wheel nuts, right? They're not.
12 flat,
Unless they've got to be hub pins. No,
18 2,
they're captured. Interesting. Upper and lower shock mounts. Okay.
39.5,
Okay.
12 flat,
Okay, so we've got 2 washers
13-3.
and 6 washers. Those holes are big.
11
so those are
7,
going to be for the inner
14
rear
flat.
hinge pin.
14 2,
That is our
11 5,
1 millimeter washer.
11-9.
We're going to use a lot of those in very quick order here.
11.5, 12.2, 17.2, 11.4, 11.7,
That conundrum again. Okay. So we are
11-2.
going to ball stud,
12.3,
washer, thread lock, and screw in center hole like they show.
40 flat, 23.5,
They are not showing
25.5,
a washer there.
11.6, 14.6, 23.1, 11.2, 12.1, 12.9, 11.8, 11.5, 11.8,
Lots of laps going on
13.8,
in the background here. I do apologize that I was not able to get my equipment set up to where
11-8.
I could remove that completely.
11.1,
Everybody's doing some
13-3.
practice. Let's see, maybe I can mute this guy.
11.4, 11.1, 14.8, 13.1, 11.3, 13.7, 11.7, 12.6,
It does not seem like I was able to mute that. Sorry about that, but we
11.4,
tried. All right,
15.4,
lots of
12-1.
practice going on.
Twelve 12 flat,
Okay. So here's where we do want washers.
11.2, 11.9,
Oh, okay.
43.1,
Wrong.
11.9, 40 flat,
Gotta pay attention.
13.4, 11.6, 11.4,
So, important step. Put the
11-3.
screws from the outside. And then the metal
12
link
flat.
goes on from
23
the
flat,
other side.
11.3, 11.3,
And putting a little bit of thread lock on there.
11.4, 14
I
flat,
think I did that on the buggy as well. Messed that
11.3,
up.
11.6, 11.3, 11.2, 11.7, 11.2, 11.6,
Okay, so there
11-2.
is that. What we'll do is we'll build the two of them.
11.5,
And then I'll step away for
11-4,
just a second to double check.
11-5, 11-5, 11-3, 12-1, 11-7, 11-6, 11-5, 11-2,
Apologize for all the heavy breathing into
11-6.
the microphone there. Didn't know I was working myself that hard. So there we go. Got our rear hubs assembled, and I'm gonna go check how my buggy is built, and we'll double check how those go. Hey Tanner. Hey Tanner. Are you able to go to the front? Tanner or Sam, I guess. Yeah, Sean, he's wanting to get wheels and tires up front. I let him outside. And then I'm going to go back to being obnoxious with the silly build video. It's almost done, though. I'm on like G. Putting the rear suspension on. Yeah. Oh, goodness. All right, so checked which way the suspension arms and the hubs are going to go. So I got all that done. All right, so there we go. Double checked. In the world of the buggy, we put the outer camber link mounts on in a fashion like this, where they were trailing. We just need a few more parts here. And I know that was something that came up in the build with the buggy people wanted to know. And we have a 2mm and a 1mm, so we know what those are. And they want them both on the back side. And we're gonna go big one, little one, and like that. Yeah, and then we'll just be smart about that. Put the tool tip in the tool so we get our screw in straight like we've been talking about the entire time. And make sure you use the 3mm inner diameter washers, not the 4mm. No extra parts, I think. Just like that. Okay. Arms are on, hubs are on, pins are on. And now we're putting on our pills and our D-block. And in the case of the truck, all the pills are in one pack. On the buggy, the recommended pills were separate, I thought. Okay, so we need a 0.5 pill. And 0.5 diagonal. Okay, so there's our 0.5 pills. And they want them to be on an... Oh, that's a D block. So they want those to be on an in and down position. In and down. So D block pills are in. And the C block pills are supposed to be 1.5 or 1-0.5. And again, there's an error in the manual. I don't know where my pen went. I had a pen out here. There's my pen. So there's an error in the factory manual. So you got to pay attention here. They recommend you to use the 1-0.5 pill on the individual part call out, but then when they get to showing the C block, they show it incorrectly. Okay, so do I want to be pill that way? And then that way. And I would guess the manuals were produced at about the same time, so the error carrying over just kind of is. All right, hub spacing, arm spacing on the truck. Okay, so we want the thicker, just the 1 millimeter. So 2 thick ones go on first. And then the arms go on. Like that. And then if I can get this little washer here, washers go on. And gosh, they are tiny. 0.5 millimeter thick washers. And then the D block goes on. And once the block itself is on, then you don't have to worry about the block and the pill and everything running away. And then we want the 12 millimeter screw, which is that guy. So it makes those 10s. And then that's going to be the last thing that puts the back of the transmission case together. And like I said, it was pretty awesome the way the D block mounts above the chassis. So it's not going to get all jacked up. Screw heads aren't going to get all screwed up. It is a little bit of a pain to get these washer or these screws started, but You want a tight vehicle to start with because, you know, toy cars and they're plastic, so they will wear. So you want it as tight as you can get it to start with. It is now just about 5 hours into our build. We are almost done with the G bag. Once we are done with the G bag, the truck will be effectively complete. It will be shocks on, just waiting for wheels, tires, electronics, and paint. I have my paint scheme pretty much thought up. I haven't quite decided what body I'm going to use. Everything's still moving around nice and smooth with our suspension. Okay, so now they're going to have us lock on the turnbuckles. Again, we want to make sure that the notch is to the left side as it was in the front, so the whole vehicle is straight. There is plenty of suspension travel. You can still get the dog bone out of the outdrive. So we'll have to see if the shocks prevent that. I know on the buggy it was super, super close.
Sean Smith. $11.6.
Okay, putting in pivot ball for the waterfall. Nice and firm
11.7.
there. Not going to be all floppy. I think maybe the call out would have been to put the lower shock mount screws into the arm
22 flat.
before you put the arm on the truck. Or maybe I missed a step in the instructions. But I don't think so. It's not showing it as attached just yet. Okay, so getting the waterfall screws in. The only open holes in the bottom of the chassis now, screw holes in the bottom of the chassis, are for the servo and the electronics mounting plate. Now, this is going to be probably up nobody's alley, but who wants to see a short course truck based off of this thing? Short course truck? Anybody? Short course truck.
11.7.
I mean, Associated's still got a short course truck, the 6.4. PR Racing out of
11-6.
Asia. They've got a short course truck. Does TLR have a two-wheel drive short course truck coming?
11-4.
Or is somebody going to figure out a way to get the old SCT 22 SCT 3.0? Get those parts on.
11-3.
Okay, so now
11-8.
lower shock mounts. We are step G7.
11-5.
Looks like center hole on the suspension arm for the lower mount. So where we're going?
11-5.
Right now I'm still rocking that TLR 22 SCT 2.0. My whole family, we have 5 22 SCTs. I really am a fan of short course,
11-4.
especially for younger drivers, new drivers. All the protection that the short course body and bumper gives to the vehicle helps you focus on driving
11-2.
around instead of breaking parts. So I know buggy builds more skills than short course. Short course is not a skill builder in most people's minds. I know they think
12-1.
it's kind of a basher class. And you know what? A lot of people that run short course think that's okay. You can rub a little bit. It's got that big old body. Why not?
11-4.
Have fun with it. Short course is a fun class. Am I right? Short course, fun class? I don't know if Sam can hear me. Sam might agree.
11-8.
So here we are, lower
11
shock
flat.
mounts. Once the lower shock mounts are in, we will have a complete truck. We will just be down to bag H, which is servo, battery
13
mounts,
flat.
tuning options. We will be done. So maybe 5.5 hours maybe to build this truck. I did not have all
11-1.
my parts, all my tools 100% at the ready for my video that we're doing here.
10-9.
But we made it happen. So here we go.
11-2. 11-3. 11-2. 11-4.
So shock mounts going on. Again, for those that don't want to rewind, I did do a couple of
11
changes. We are running the aluminum front pivot, front bulkhead if you want to call it that. And
11-2.
let's see, I changed the shock oil. I am running at 37.5 in the front and 35 in the rear.
12 flat.
And I ran the rear hubs plus 3,
11-3.
which is 2 places higher than kit recommended, but we're building this to be more of a carpet and turf vehicle.
11-1.
So when we put the gear diff in it, we will raise the diff height as well to match the hub height. But there we
11
go.
flat.
We are done. We are complete. We have built the TLR 22X-T.
10-9.
So pretty smooth build. We did have one problem. We had a shock shaft that wasn't threaded properly.
11-3.
You can tap that. We'll probably be able to tap that and fix it. But I did the cheater route and just went and got another one from a hobby shop.
11-6.
TLR and Associated and all the other race brands. If you have a problem, you're missing something in one of their kits, something is incorrect,
11-2.
let them know. They will fix it. There is no doubt in my mind that they will fix it. That's what these companies need to do.
11-2.
They are built on customer service, especially on that initial build, on, you know, a brand new product.
11-2.
That's where it needs to be. Okay. So I was just tightening up the last couple of things there, making sure everything is ready to go. But there it is. The new TLR 22X-T stadium truck. Build video complete from MHOR RC Raceway. Pretty happy with it. Went together real easy, real smooth. We have a new stadium truck. It's going to be awesome. Feels pretty stiff with the geometry. Like I said, I want to try it out. All right, everybody. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. If you have questions, comments, let us know here on the video, or come into the hobby shop, give us a call. We've got 5 or 6 of these things on the shelf. We'd love to have more people join us for stadium truck racing, Wednesdays or Saturdays, or maybe even Friday nights. We run stadium truck both on the dirt indoors and the turf outdoors. Thanks, everybody. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you for joining me building the car, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.